Good evening. I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council on Wednesday, May 15th, 2024 at 6 p.m. And if the clerk would please call the roll.
Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Kinsey is not here at the moment. We will note when she arrives. Deputy Mayor Blackwell?
Here.
And Mayor Kranz?
Here.
And Councilmember Kinsey is present. Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And if you all who can, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, tonight we start with a few proclamations. Well, we don't have any proclamations, but we have presentations. And the first batch of presentations that I'm going to make is to a very important group of people in our community. When I was growing up, we had school buses that we rode to get to school. And so there wasn't quite the same need for what are crossing guards oftentimes around our community here. So we are recognizing the folks that perform the duties of crossing guards. And I'm going to, if you're here, if you're a crossing guard and you're here, maybe you could come join me up here on the platform here. These folks are posted at some of the busiest intersections in Encinitas, and they take responsibility for helping kids and parents, in my case, get across the street safely. And as most of you know, traffic in our city can be rather challenging at times, so the work that they do is really critical to getting our young people to school. Yes, okay. So these are in alphabetical order, and I'm going to read everybody. That they may not be here. So, but if you are, come forward and grab. Maribel Ardiaga. Okay. Brenda Caddick. And I know she works for the school district. She's over by the kindergarten area at Pollocky Central School. And she keeps not only kids getting across the little parking lot safely, but all the parents in order driving through. Does fantastic work. Nancy Kauser. Well, we're 0 for 3 so far. Eloise Cruz? Eloisa Cruz. Robert Cruz. Hey, got one. Thank you, sir. Yep. You're at San Diego.
Yes, I am.
Appreciate the efforts there. Santa Fe is very busy. Mark Eastman. Okay. Christine Emerson. Okay, very good. There you go. Thank you for all that you do. Janet Gonzalez. Richard Hoff. There you go. Thank you, sir. Marian Ibarra. Okay. Thank you. And she works at Vulcan for the crossing for the railroad undercrossing and Vulcan and Union. Very busy part of our city. And she is particularly good at stopping traffic. I appreciate that.
And Mary was there at Pollocky when I attended Pollocky, and
wow.
I'm pretty sure that maybe you're a fourth generation Encinitas resident.
Wow, that's awesome. Leela Madge. Okay. And you work 101 at the new Roundabout there, and does also a very good job of managing that. Adrian Ocampo. Okay. Very good. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley Arati. Aaron Riley. Okay. Thank you very much. Aaron works at Sirius Street and Hygeia, so I see her every day. Michelle Rubel? No Michelle. Larry Shank. Also known as the Wizard, but fondly by all the kids, yes. And he works perhaps the most challenging intersection at Leucadia Boulevard and Hygeia Avenue. So I see him every day, and he's got it working pretty hard, and he's a great waver. When he's not helping kids across the street, he's spreading joy. So I appreciate that a lot. And Scott Weatherton. Appreciate it. And if I'm out of certificates, so either I mispronounced names or we didn't get you on the list, but I again really want to thank you for all the work that you do to keep our kids safe. Thank you. You want to take a picture? Can we get you all to gather in front? I don't know if you want to join. You're welcome. Maybe one row down here, and then we'll gather behind you.
I know where I go. Hi.
Next order of business is to give thanks to a longtime Encinitas resident who is always the first to step up and raise his hand to volunteer to do things. Kevin Doyle, come on up here. Thank you. Hold on, I'll give you the mic in just a second for a couple, 3 words. Kevin is a perennial volunteer. He's been involved in the Leucadia 101 Main Street Association forever. He was also involved in the Encinitas Main Street Association. He's been a planning commissioner and served 2 terms, which we do have a limit on our commissioners because generally we have a lot of volunteers that are willing to take these positions. The planning commissioner is very difficult, very challenging job. And in this particular instance, nobody applied for his position, but he was termed out. We needed a commissioner, so we asked him to continue to serve, and he was glad to do that. He is that type of person, always works with a smile and happy to contribute to our cities. So I thank you very much, Kevin, for all the efforts that you've made.
Thank you, Tony. Here, I don't.
Yes. So you would like to say a couple words?
I would. I just want to say this last 7 years, it was 7 years as planning commissioner because I served the first year of Tasha's, or last year of Tasha's terms. But one of the best experiences of my life, giving back to this community in ways that actually make a difference. And it's easy to get into. And I urge all of you, even if you're on the fence, it was like, geez, some of these commissions are really easy. Give it a shot. Just for the record, I'm not ready to give up yet. I've actually filed my intent to run for District 2 seat in November, and you'll be hearing a lot from me in the next couple of months. I'm still holding this thing like an idiot. But I'm not ready to stop yet, and I don't want any of you to stop either. It's the thing that makes this city strong is all of you sitting out here in the audience. And I spent time out there. Tony spent time out there. Everyone up here spent time out there at that podium feeling really awkward. And so keep coming back. Keep doing it. And love you all. Do good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One more picture. Can you guys stay?
Oh, yeah. I don't have very many good shots.
There we go. That looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, and finally tonight, we are going to recognize one of this community's great contributors, Bill Harmon. Bill, can you come on up here? Bill is the Encinitas Senior Citizen, this award that he's going to get for Senior Citizen of the Year is something that the Encinitas Senior Citizen Commission, in partnership with the Encinitas Rotary Club, is pleased to recognize the award recipient and for the 2024 Senior Citizen Service Award. This program began in 2014 and is designed to celebrate people who have demonstrated outstanding volunteerism, leadership, and advocating for others in the city of Encinitas. And I would like to congratulate Bill Harmon for being selected the Senior Citizen of the Year. Yes, in a moment. Yes. I want to brag about you a little bit. He has extensive volunteer service, including efforts with the Sisters of Mercy Housing, Carltus Development, Encinitas Coastal Rotary Club, Encinitas Chamber of Commerce, Encinitas EcoFest, and I know him also as the person responsible for kicking off the mayor's prayer breakfast that started 31 years ago, I believe it was. We just had our 31st. He makes a steadfast commitment to the Golden Rule, which is the principle of treating others as one would want to be treated. And it has been his guiding principle throughout his life and has led to his remarkable contributions that have touched the lives of numerous individuals. He is a civil rights advocate, spiritual leader, and promoter of unity among diverse religions, partially through the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. Pastor Bill served as a teacher of peace studies and world religion at the Grauer School. He addressed social issues by serving on various committees and boards such as the Encinitas Migrant Workers Task Force, the Encinitas Community Resource Center Board, the City of Encinitas Affordable Housing Task Force. Pastor Bill will be honored at an upcoming Rotary Club luncheon, and his name will be listed on a perpetual plaque housed at the Encinitas Senior Center. Additionally, he has been invited to participate in the Encinitas Holiday Parade as a special guest of the Encinitas Senior Citizen Commission. And for that, sir, you are the Senior Citizen of the Year, and I would like to let you have a few moments to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Tony. I was told not to preach a sermon, but I know it's an occupational hazard. So I do have a few things to say. First of all, I much appreciate this recognition. The only thing I appreciate more is that the city and the Senior Commission have such a type of recognition as this. That's very important. A lot of cities don't pay attention to all those many citizens out there who are trying to make the city and the world a better place. I came to Encinitas 44 years ago, before there was a city. And in those years, I worked with the developing city on many different projects, and so I had the wonderful opportunity of attending a lot of city council meetings. Now, the 80s and 90s was a time of a lot of different ideas and opinions about what kind of city we should be, lots of heated discussions, and it's good to see that these days city council members no longer have to wear protective gear or don helmets for the meetings. And you're doing a great job. Finally, I'd like to give a shout out to two special Encinitas institutions, the Grower School and Scripps Encinitas Hospital. Because of their enlightened senior citizen employment policies, I have been able to continue as a community ambassador with the Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the Grower School and as an employed chaplain for palliative care patients at Scripps, long past my original retirement from Bethlehem Lutheran Church, long past my use-by date. We are fortunate to have a city that has these two humanitarian-focused businesses. Thank you again. Amen.
Thank you. And there's your beautiful award. We want another picture? Come on up. Okay, thank you. With that, we're on to oral communications.
Yes, we do right now have 6. And just a reminder, oral communications is to speak on items that are not listed on the agenda. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Mark Wilcox, Greg LeFave, followed by Kelly McCormack.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Wilcox, and I wanted to share that this week, May 12 through 18, is National Prevention Week. The focus of National Prevention Week is to become more aware and to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders. Substance misuse and mental health problems affect all communities nationwide. According to the 2022 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, 70 million Americans ages 12 and older used illicit drugs. 6 million young people aged 12 to 20 reported drinking alcohol, and 64 million people aged 12 and older used tobacco products in the past month. But still, marijuana remains the most commonly used drug, especially with our young people. Walgreens, not to be confused with Walgreens, a different drugstore, is the newest pot store opened in a busy shopping center. I'm concerned about the location and its large lit signs out front sending the wrong message of no risk to our young people. The importance of preventing the initiation of harmful drug use like marijuana can't be underestimated. Communities need your help and support as marijuana and other substance misuse and mental health issues can be prevented. We have the power to influence the prevention landscape by providing evidence-based policies, resources, and programs to change lives. I urge the Council to recognize this power of prevention on these important issues and consider a ballot initiative against marijuana storefronts in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Mayor Krantz and members of the City Council, I'm Greg LeFave. I live in Cardiff. I'm here to talk about the sales tax you guys want to pass and the brochure you sent out. This brochure is ugly beyond comprehension. Who in your administration thought it would be a good idea to threaten us? It sounds like a mob rule. This is blackmail. Pass this tax or your roads will rot. Pass this tax or the parks dry up. Shame on my city for doing this. For the past 3 years, families like ours have struggled to make ends meet with inflation as it is, living within our means. You must do the same. You said early, a survey showed 60% approval. I know how push polls work. Researchers will give you the answers they expect that you want. Encinitas, by the way, is awash in money. For example, in 2018, you took in $44.6 million, your share of the property tax. Your projected for 24-25 is $67 million. That's a 50% increase. Did your income go up 50%? Good question. You're awash in money, and that happens every day. 2 examples. A house in Cardiff, the old property tax was $4,400 to the city. The new property tax, because it just sold, is $10,000 to the city. That's up 2.3 times. Oh, over in Encinitas Ranch, a house that's closing now, the old sales tax to the city was $1,400. The new property tax to the city will be $4,400. That's 3 times what it was. You have 2 jobs, pave my streets and keep me safe. But it's only 1%. No, it's 13%. 12.092, I think, is the actual. Every time you say 1% publicly, you're lying. You're misleading the public. But also, the sales tax in gas goes up in July and another 50% next year. But other cities charge more. Just because they can't mind their fiscal P's and Q's doesn't excuse you from doing the same. Every time this happens, our costs go up. Every time inflation hits us, it hurts. Remember, you have 2 obligations: pave my streets and keep me safe. Everything else is optional. And if you're looking for suggestions, I have plenty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kelly McCormack, followed by Maria Ardance, and then Ellen Burr.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is Kelly McCormack. I'm a public health educator with San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. Living in an apartment next to neighbors who smoke at home is a miserable experience, constantly smelling smoke coming through the vents and windows, making people feel sick to their stomach and giving them headaches. There are many in Encinitas living in this situation. To protect health and quality of life, I ask this council to consider a ban on smoking and vaping in all multi-unit housing properties. 82 California cities have approved smoke-free laws to protect the residents of apartments and condominiums. In a recent survey shared by the County of San Diego's Live Well office, nearly 70% of Californians answered that apartment complexes should require all the units to be tobacco, smoke-free, and vape-free. Even 61% of renters said they supported a ban on smoking inside units. Secondhand smoke seeps through windows, doorways, ventilation systems, and electrical outlets. The residue sticks to virtually everything from children's toys to carpeting, drapes, and furniture. There is no safe level of secondhand smoke. Children who are exposed are more likely to suffer from sudden infant death syndrome, bronchitis, pneumonia, ear infections, and asthma. Adults are more likely to develop lung cancer, heart disease, and breathing problems. A smoke-free multi-unit housing law would benefit owners, too, reducing the cost of insurance and cleaning between tenants, as well as reducing fire risk. This would be a win-win. Thank you.
Hi. Unintended consequences, part 2. So this week I want to address the negative impact to the quality of life due to the looming overpopulation of Quail Gardens Drive, my favorite subject, and to the subsequent parking issues that are going to ensue. I recently did take the city's parking survey and also sent that follow-up email to Dixon. So as the council has learned from the parking overflow and congestion impacts from the resorts at Encinitas community, these types of housing communities are both overpopulated and they generally have more than 2 cars per unit. So that brings us to Quail Gardens Drive and this council's obsession with cramming the high-density projects on a road that just can't support it. The allocated numbers of parking spaces proposed for these new projects are woefully deficient, like 1.6 by Baldwin, for example. Taking into consideration what we've learned from the resorts in Encinitas, overflow parking from these new and proposed housing projects would flood our surrounding streets and neighborhoods on Quail Gardens Drive. The quality of life for residents and the visitors along Quail Gardens Drive will be impacted by the planning or lack thereof related to the parking code and enforcement due to the overpopulation. We know this road was not built for high-density living. We know this. Many cars from the overflow of these multiple housing projects are inevitably going to be parked on Kristen Court, as well as Paseo de la Flores and Paseo de la Verdes. With the Las Verdes Park and the hiking trails located off of Paseo de la Verdes, it's already being used daily for visitor parking. And we also know that Paseo de la Verdes is used frequently for the overflow parking for the Heritage Museum, for San Diego Botanical Gardens, for Farm Labs. I think there's another one. Anyway, even like when I was driving down the road for Mother's Day, literally both sides of the roads completely packed on Paseo de la Verdes. There wasn't one spot available, and that was just for some type of event parking at the Botanical Gardens. So where are these overflow parkings from these housing communities supposed to go? Where are these cars going to go? There's literally nowhere for them to go without negatively impacting visitors and residents who are already using this road daily. As usual, I lose my spot. Okay, so adding over 1,000 additional units on a 2-lane country road, 0 parking on this corridor for the street, and not considering the cumulative effect of each of these housing projects being added to Quail Gardens Drive is a direct violation of our general plan. It negatively impacts the quality of life for current residents, visitors, businesses, shatters the character preservation of this area, and it poses a clear safety issue by not taking into consideration infrastructure limitations in this area. 3 minutes is never enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speakers, Ellen Burr, followed by Donna Westbrook.
Good evening, Council. I'm not going to try and compete with Mr. LeFave. He seems to have done a great job of figuring out whether or not you need to do this. My concern is that, number one, or question, who is Cornerstone that paid for this? Number two, if you really wanted a response, why isn't you want me to go to the post office and buy a stamp and stamp it and send it in? Number three, we have spent a lot of time and money on diversity, equity, and inclusion, Sturm and Drang. I don't see this in Spanish or anything on here in Spanish where you could possibly respond if that is what you wanted to do. In tiny print over on the side, it says you can go to the website and respond, which is great. If you can read English, or if you don't really need heavy glasses, or you think it might even be there, something you want to read. And then it comes to the actual questions that you're supposed to reply to. You go through this. I went to a lot of infrastructure task force meetings, and it's only the last one that refers to things that they had in mind for looking for funds to accomplish. All of this other stuff is stuff we already do and are supposed to continue doing because we always have. The stuff at the bottom that the Infrastructure Task Force was talking about is stuff we should have been doing for the last 30, 20, 15, 10 years. So I'm not sure what value you will receive from this if nobody turns it in and if people read it. And when it actually might get to a ballot, they think, well, why are we going to pay more for what we're already paying for? I just totally do not understand. I would like to know who paid for the mailing and why the city couldn't afford to put a prepaid stamp to get it back. Next, I want to talk about the propensity to come up with things apparently out of thin air and then turn around and ask staff to magically pull a rabbit out of the hat to address whatever it is issue you have pulled out of the air. And I'm kind of thinking about habitat, trees, plants, open space. It's getting to the point where there's too many things going on and it's too confusing, just like mobility. And we're still waiting on somebody to come and look at all the mobility things that we have initiated and do a crosswalk to find out. So we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The city did pay for that mailer, so it was a city-funded mailer.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. Well, I'm here at this point for one specific thing that has to do with the San Dieguito Water District. I believe Allison Blackwell is the president. And at this point, there's just a severe lack of even looking at what's happening with these blowout, I don't know what you call them, pumps or whatever, especially the one at where you turn to go into Trader Joe's and the Rouse parking area. And this has been going on for almost 5 months, I would say. And there's water, not just seeping, it's being pumped out into the road. And at first I thought, well, it'll be gone because they put up the signs that said flood and, you know, okay. But if this is regular water, potable water that can be used, that can be drinkable, and it isn't reusable, and even if it were stuff that you couldn't use because it came from the sewer, why would you keep pumping it out into the road? And what has become, that's I think may eventually happen, is the hole that was there a few months ago has beginning to get deeper, not just wider, deeper. Sort of like what they call a, what was that hole we had again up in, farther up on in Encinitas? Sort of like that. But fortunately, it's not going into our open space area. That's the only good thing about it. But eventually, maybe it'll be like trawling down something in Florida and the road gives way and somebody falls in. But it's if you were in the military, there's a question of whether or not you're doing your duty. And as a board, and since the board is different, although it is this board, you're not doing your duty. I mean, get somebody out there. I don't care if they put clay plugs in it, you know, corks, whatever. Stop that water from running. I mean, what else can you do? You talk about I hate to say lazy, but at this point, staff, whether they work for the city, which is you as the city, or whether they work for the water district, which is you as the water district, do something about that hole and do something about that running water. And if it's that bad, maybe you should plug it off some other place. But having that truck out there for like 5 months is more than ridiculous. It's like, I mean, what do you do all the time? That's the worst point. You sit back and la. What a great job you're doing.
Thank you.
Forget it.
Thank you.
That concludes oral communications.
Okay, fantastic. I appreciate y'all coming out and sharing your thoughts. We did not have a closed session, so there is no report. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, items 8J and 8N have been removed by members of the public.
And I'd like to pull 8K.
Okay, so that leaves 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, 8H, 8I, 8L, 8M, 8O, and 8P for consent.
Move approval of those.
And I'll second.
All right, and before we vote, I would like to comment on item 8. Never mind, we can vote.
There are a lot.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8J. And we do have 3 speakers. Do the speakers wish a staff report, or do they just want to speak? Jennifer Hewitson, do you want a staff report?
Very brief, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Batter Solomon, engineer with the CIP division. The item before you is the design immunity package for the Santa Fe Drive Eastern Phase project. This project aims to enhance safety and mobility for bicyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles through the Santa Fe Drive corridor between Evergreen Drive and El Camino Real. This will be accomplished via upgraded bike lanes, continuous sidewalk, bus stop improvements, as well as beautification of the corridor through landscape. Staff is seeking approval of the construction plans and the specifications and authorization to go out to public advertisement for construction bids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to hear from speakers.
We do have 3, Jennifer Hewitson, followed by Scott Schreckengaust, I believe, and then Donna Westbrook.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Jennifer Hewitson, Wotan Drive, and I apologize for my very rushed email I sent earlier. If you read it, it was really full of typos, but I was trying to get it in on time. I walk Crest Drive daily, and to get there, I must cross Santa Fe Drive very quickly. I have to run. Please do not send this plan for East Santa Fe Drive out to bid as it is now, with no calming at Crest Drive. The roundabout was in the original design and budget, and unfortunately for the safety of all citizens, was removed due to the expense. I know there's got to be ways to succeed and find a lower cost design option for this roundabout. Please pause this project until the designer and engineers can formulate a design for the preparation for the roundabout if it can't be done now. Built into any added curbs, gutters, sidewalks, or bike lanes. If you truly want a safer Santa Fe Drive for bikers, pedestrians, and drivers, you must include this in the design now. If you allow the existing design to go forward, you will never be able to go back and tear them out and create the needed calming on this blind hill. I see kids ride there for their lives across the road as cars race up suddenly. I see illegal left turns onto Santa Fe Drive from Crest and the crossover Santa Fe, even though it's illegal. I see Santa Fe Drive becoming more dangerous with the cumulative effects of multiple density developments on Santa Fe Drive and thus more speeding traffic. With all the additions of protected bike lanes, will walking here mean sharing the existing walkway with speeding e-bikes? Walking is perhaps being forgotten on this rush to action. This is an ideal intersection for a roundabout with large areas on 4 corners to utilize. Please design this for the future, not for the short-sighted immediacy and rush to complete it. Look very hard at this, and please make the choice to create a better plan for safety now and into the future. The roundabout is truly needed here on this dangerous blind hill where cars just do not see us running for our lives. Unintended consequences of these existing plans must be looked at now. Please don't wait until a disastrous accident or loss of life to make this intersection safe with a calming roundabout. Wotan Drive, by the way, also needs consideration to maintain some kind of space to move out of traffic, to turn onto our little road. It's very risky. Thank you so much for your consideration for this proposal. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Scott?
If you could bring up the picture on the plans, which are 131 SI, if that's possible, to show the particular intersection. Hi, I'm Scott Schreckengaust. I live at the southwest corner of Creston, Santa Fe. I see Jennifer walking each day, and I see about 60 or more people crossing that intersection. I would say that 95% of them are running. I see babies, children, mothers, brothers, everybody going across there. It's very dangerous. I see people almost getting hit. Sometimes at about 1 o'clock in the morning, there's someone going about 75 miles per hour down that street. As mentioned, it's a blind hill going up. It's an extremely dangerous intersection. I would, if you could go to the page 12, I think it's where the intersection is. Yeah. It is a very wide area and easy to put a traffic circle there. It is amendable to that. I would say that the Crest Drive is an extremely busy walking street. There are walkers almost all the time. If you look down the street, you'll see a walker or someone walking their dog. I don't know exactly what needs to get done, but I would lobby with whatever Jennifer said about putting a pause to at least be able to expand this plan so that it could have a traffic circle one day. From the vision of what I see, I don't see that being able to be done. Both the northwest and the southwest and the southeast sides of that intersection all have plenty of easement to the city, and they are not owned by property owners. So, thank you. I'll yield my time to anyone else who wants to speak about it. And
Thank
also, I would actually ask, have you asked any of the neighbors? Have you asked any of the community members? Have anybody from the Walker community been asked if they like it? And I'd be happy to gather signatures to show the support for that. And I'm glad that Jennifer told me about the meeting tonight. I'm not as prepared as I'd like. Thanks.
Thank you.
Donna Westbrook?
Okay, Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. If you look at this, you have various properties that are overlaid with this where the project is. Supposedly, that's not going to affect them. Unfortunately, if you're going to do something where you're just going to do the street, why would you overlay these other properties? Still a mystery to me. Supposedly, it doesn't make any difference, but I think you better look into it. Second, this doesn't follow our general plan. And if you people, I say you people because right now I don't see you as council members, you're not looking out for the neighborhood. If you would look at our general plan, doing something like this is not appropriate. Number one, what you're talking about is putting in sidewalks and trees. You've got a whole landscaping design. How much is this going to cost? How much is it going to cost to maintenance down the road? Does it matter to you? Because you'll be voted out soon, I hope. However, What is annoying is that you don't even look about for the neighborhood now. This is a very bad plan. It's not a plan that's not conducive for anybody to use it. That includes bicyclists, that includes walkers, that includes even the vehicles that you probably don't like because you're trying to get rid of them in every other place. And, this has become the ghost of Blakespeare. And you are not supposed to follow Blakespeare. You're supposed to follow your own mind, even though 3 of you have been appointed by Blakespeare. I take it back, 1. Tony appointed 1. So think about this. This is not the ghost of Blakespeare. Get rid of this project, dump it in the round file, and don't let it come back again, because I've noticed on the city website we have at least one, not this one, but another project that was taken out and put back on the website that it's a wonderful project. And I won't mention right now because that will take maybe more than 3 minutes to discuss it. But I do think at this point, toss this thing out. Do not say, yes, we have to do it because we have a grant. We can't do it because we have another grant, say from Sandag. Toss the thing out. You don't want to do it. And if you do, whatever you're going to put in under your resolution that you have no immunity, I got news for you. You're not going to have immunity. You're going to have liability up the gazoo because it's a terrible plan. And by the way, because this is a public works, you may not believe it, but is a public works plan, it is appealable to the Coastal Commission. And we have to go that direction. We will go that direction. But we hope you have enough sense to say no. Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I have several questions for staff, but I'll start with the roundabout and have we looked at any traffic calming we could do or the cost of a roundabout at Crest and Santa Fe?
We have, when we did the initial 30%, we had the roundabout in the design, and then back in 2021, when the project was brought back to council and the budget was examined, there were cuts that had to be made. Nobody on the project team was happy about it at all, but council approved the modified scope to remove the roundabout. We estimate it to be about $600,000 to $800,000.
Okay. And are there any other, like, for instance, stop signs? Stop signs seem like they could be within the budget?
We could definitely look at adding stop signs if they meet the warrants.
And in the future, we could always still go back and then add in, if we had the budget in the future, a roundabout to make it better.
Correct.
Okay. So then let me move on to parking. Question for staff. I didn't see any parking analysis. I think some parking spaces were removed. I know they're not marked parking spaces, but there was enough room. Do you have any estimate of whether parking was impacted?
Parking is being impacted. There are a few removals on the north side between Belor and Monterey Vista. However, we are adding more parallel parking to the southern side of Santa Fe between Evergreen Drive and Belor.
So is it along the entire length? Is it netting roughly zero or a handful one way
there
or
is
the other?
a net increase.
A net increase. Okay, cool. Thank you. So that and the EIR, I understood. I got an explanation during my briefing, but the one factor you talked about in the briefing to me was that the EIR was not necessary because we weren't changing the number of traffic lanes, et cetera, the things that typically trigger EIRs. Parking was the only thing not mentioned, so now I understand that what I thought might be the one issue went away. So I do understand the EIR now. Hydrology. I mean, obviously we've had issues in this area. Can you describe with the new curbs, are there changes to where the water flows, whether it flows underground in the existing pipes or where it used to flow above ground? Do we have any concerns there about hydrology in the neighborhood?
The added curb will help mitigate and convey the stormwater towards proposed catch basins we're putting on the project, as well as adding 300 square footage of biobasins to help contain the water on site.
And will the added catch basin, I know there was a 8,000 square foot increase in non-pervious surface, so I assume that was done to mitigate the additional runoff from the converting pervious to non-pervious surface.
That's correct.
Okay. On the, and this is a question, the striping plan, we have the protected protected bike lane on the south side. It looks like it's only eastbound, at least from the school to the east. Was that intentional? That's not a two-way protected bike lane?
So there's also a protected bike lane from Belore to Wotan Drive on the north side as well, westbound.
Oh, I didn't see it as fully protected. I guess it's not always protected. Maybe that's what I was looking at.
Correct. There are cutouts for driveways, but primarily there is that planter protected bike lane on the north side there.
Okay. And then what was the purpose of also having a sharrow? That one of the at least I saw the eastbound lane was a sharrow, and that seems, if you got a protected bike lane, why would you do that?
The sharrows were added because we know there's hoped to be a lot of bicycle traffic on the corridor, and for the experienced riders, if they wanted the option to ride in the lane, that was what we wanted to add to the project. And when we shared that with the community at the CPP, they were a majority were happy with that.
Okay. Let's see, and the cost of the landscaping, that I think Donna Westbrook brought that up. Is that covered in the landscape LLD lighting district, or does that just come out of the I guess it would be Public Works budget?
For installation or maintenance?
Maintenance. Sorry, annual maintenance costs.
Maintenance would be done by the Parks Department since it's irrigated.
Okay.
And there is a one-year plant maintenance by the contractor included in our current scope.
And compared to what we spend today, I assume it's 0.1 million or less, or some relatively minor amount on these plants?
Our current estimate for the one-year maintenance is about $20,000.
Okay. And then my favorite subject, native plants. I looked at it, and we're using a Mediterranean oak. Is there any chance of getting that converted to a native oak and using more native plants in this landscape? I don't know that there were any native plants in there. They were all drought tolerant. But
the city conditions for plants were followed when we prepared the landscape plans. If you want, we can look and see if a possible switch is possible when we get to the construction contract awarded.
Okay. And then I also noticed that we were using weed barrier fabric. Is that standard practice currently? And I'm asking that so we can inform our future policy, but I believe that's kind of falling out of favor, and especially in native plant areas. But I believe it's there, so I won't change it right now. So, okay. I think you answered my questions. I'll yield.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for all your good answers on that. And one of the reasons this is on consent is because there's quite a long history of this project as far as it's evolved through the city and through the public comment periods and getting public comment and responding to the public comment. We've had a lot of interface with the schools. Of course, this is a high school trafficked area, and I feel generally the community is really very supportive of both the pedestrian and the bicycle improvements that this project will help to provide connectivity for. So we're already in construction on the west phase of Santa Fe Drive, of course, and you know that if you've been driving it lately. This would be the east phase, and it would bring us all the way to El Camino Real, which is an extremely important connection to have to provide that continuity for the bicyclists and the pedestrians, and it will be fully provided for them all the way to El Camino Real. On our budget discussion later, we will be talking about the intersection of El Camino Real and Santa Fe. But as far as the opportunities and the benefits of this project, 3 years ago we did decide that we needed to make sure we provided for the safety of the community, but we could not afford the roundabout, unfortunately, and that was said. One of the, because I've talked to staff in detail about this, and correct me if I'm wrong or if there's something else that needs to be said, but what I remember from our discussion about the feasibility and the costs of the roundabout is more due to the constraints associated with extensive utilities in that area, that it's very expensive to relocate utilities and to work with the utilities on that coordination. So whether that's a relevant thing to say, I just wanted to throw it out there that it made it more complex to do a roundabout in this area than a standard one. So it kind of contributed to us not being able to push that forward at this time. I will say something about the landscape because I'm a landscape architect in that I have reviewed the plans, and I know that many of the landscaped areas are also bioswales, and sometimes that's not the best environment to plant a native. So we can look at that to see if there are some options, but like was said, that, but only in the appropriate areas, maybe not where water accumulates in ponds in a bioswale, because it's a functional stormwater management facility, a bioswale is. And I wouldn't mind if we wanted to look at the warrants for a stop sign if it's perceived that that would help to make that intersection safer. So with that, I'll move approval of this item.
Second. Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yes, thanks. I just had a question about the roundabout. So let's go back to the roundabout. If at some point we have the funding and we can put that in, what would that entail if this portion is completed as you propose tonight? Would it entail digging it up? Would it be a lot of extra construction?
Some of the proposed curb ramps and sidewalks at the intersection that we're proposing would possibly need to be shifted and removed. But in the middle of the road where it is, there wouldn't be much impact over there. And one of the other big challenges is the existing driveways that are so close there, it makes a roundabout rather difficult. But the tearaway would not be very much.
Okay, thank you. And I do support what Councilmember Lyons stated about doing looking at the warrants to see if we need a traffic calming measure there, and I assume a always stop sign might be something we could do easily, affordably, I should say.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I, too, wanted to state that this is a wonderful project. It's going to be such an asset to our city, and especially those who need to get east and west to and from school. Our school districts are so pleased that this is going forward. I just wanted to bring up two things, and one is that I'm extremely supportive of the roundabout here at the intersection where you're asking. I think you could probably find support from all of the council members for something like that. I had another project that I wanted to bundle into this item, which was the protected intersection, which we haven't officially funded yet, but it looks like we've got the consensus to do that. And I believe the response from staff was that we need to move this forward because we are constrained by a grant deadline. And so that's why, even though we might have lessons learned and things that we want to tweak for the eastern phase once we get to construction, it's important that we approve this and move it forward before we close out the fiscal year. Am I stating that accurately?
That is correct. We do have full intention of incorporating the protected intersection if it is funded with this project. However, we do recommend approving the design as is to meet the grant funding deadlines.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to reassure our speakers about, is that there is the support there. And another innovation that we've had since 2021, when this project first started coming forward and we needed to scale it back to fit it within the constraints that we could actually build it in a time frame, is the development of roundabouts that are done for less than $2 million. And we haven't officially constructed that yet, but we're looking to do a smaller version on Quail Gardens Drive. And if something like that is successful and the community is able to embrace that, I think that there's a cheaper path for coming back in a future budget and making sure that that roundabout can go in. And the last question that I have for our staff is that on the maps, I just heard you say, Matt, that there's some driveways that constrain the geometry of the roundabout, but if we do needed to do some curb cuts surrounding the roundabout, would it take land acquisition? Would we need to obtain right away from private property, or is that actually within the city's control currently?
It would depend on the specific design. Our desire would be to try not to need to acquire any right of way, but until you lay it out and make sure all the geometry works and the grades work and the drainage work, it's possible we might need to get easements at some of the properties.
Okay, well, maybe that's something that we can work on that's not a huge budget drain, and it's something that initiating that process sooner than later when the time comes to actually go forward with funding, we've got those ducks in a row and we're ready to do that. So my message to you is just don't give up on it. I think it's a really great solution, and it's definitely needed, but it might take us one more year to be able to fund that.
Okay, thank you. And could you say again, you have 30% drawings for that roundabout, is that correct?
That's correct. The roundabout was on the 30% plans.
And the engineer's estimate at that time was?
For both phases was over $8 million.
How many?
Just for the roundabout.
Oh, I'm sorry, for the roundabout was a 600, 800,000.
600, 800, that's what I thought you said. Okay, is it possible to bid the roundabout as an additive alternative with the 30% drawings?
It's possible. I don't think it's not something we would recommend because we haven't gone through the final design. We don't know for sure what utilities are out there, if utilities need to be moved. I think we might need retaining walls. I'm not sure if we have the geotechnical report for the retaining walls. So it's not something we would recommend.
Okay.
It's true. It's also an improvement in the vicinity of a school, so it might need to go through DSA, Division of State Architect as well, and that would really, that generally takes many, many months to get through that process.
Okay, well, I have never seen an intersection that I didn't think could be improved with a roundabout, frankly, so I am indeed supportive of this. I will point out that I live on Hygeia Avenue, which is near the intersection of Leucadia Boulevard, which has had an improved roundabout for about 15 years and is still not been constructed yet. So the challenge of constructing roundabouts is sometimes very, very frustrating. So I appreciate where you're coming from, and I will commit to working to advance it as quickly as possible. And Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and I had the same thought about the Hygeia roundabout, but my recollection in the case of Hygeia is to get the road geometry, and I'm talking about Hygeia, the road geometry requires quite a bit of grading so that the cars coming into the roundabout have to come down to a lower level instead of coming in. And my question is, in the case of this roundabout being kind of the opposite at the top of a hill, is there a similar grading problem that would present itself? Or it sounds like the 30% design would have taken that into account and helped us estimate that much lower cost. If I recall correctly, the Hygeia roundabout is $4 to $5 million was the estimate, and because of the retaining walls and because of the grading and a lot of work having to be done, and this being closer to $800,000 is much, much cheaper. I take it from that there's none of the grading. Can you comment on that?
That's correct. Since it is close to the crest, the top of the hill, the big grade changes, you don't see it there, and so drainage does flow away in existing conditions. So correct, there aren't as many challenging things as opposed to Hygeia.
Okay, cool. And then as far as putting in a stop sign, are there any, would you anticipate putting in, if we were to, as a temporary bridging approach, put in four-way stop signs in case it is 15 years before the funding is available? At least we would get traffic calm to a point where pedestrians would have the right to walk across. You know, I know on Rancho Santa Fe Road in my neighborhood, even with the stop signs, you still have to be very careful, but it has made a world of difference out there. But so would you anticipate any design geometry problems with stop signs?
No, I don't think any geometry problems out there. We can certainly do the analysis. It may not meet warrants, but we'll bring it forward either way. And when we do bring it forward, it would include crosswalks, like a north-south crosswalk.
Perfect. So I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we direct staff to two items. First, the look at a four-way stop sign, and I'm actually, whether or not it meets warrants, I don't want to leave it just to warrants as a possibility, as a low-cost adder to this, and it should be very, very low cost. And the second one is look at converting at least the oaks, if they're not in a bioswale or any place that isn't conducive to a native plant, but just to start pulling us closer, as long as we're doing all this new construction. So those would be the two items I'd put on as a friendly amendment.
So we'd have to bring back a resolution for the stop sign that hasn't been prepared here, so that will have to come back regardless.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
Okay, so we're accepting the plant request, correct?
To evaluate.
Yeah,
And-
but what about the stop sign too? You're the
Didn't you
seconder.
say that we have to do, we can we can give staff direction to bring that back? Is that essentially?
That's essentially what it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you
So it
for
sounds like we have the motion maker and the seconder agreeing. So.
Ready to vote.
There we go.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, 8K.
Yeah. And I don't need a staff report.
Councilman Raylers?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood the current state of the funding. And I'm sorry, I would have done this in briefing, but I had a busy week. So a really busy week with a daughter getting married. So, just I wanted to summarize the funding for the 60-inch pipe. We got $4 million from the feds through 11, which is great. This is another 1.669 that we found, and I love it. And then we're also hopefully, depending on what happens tonight, and then in June, another 1.8 million. And then was there also a project at the north end that we are getting essentially 800,000 equivalent in that they took ownership of doing this or not? Did I miss that?
So the Maria Village development project has been approved, and it has required improvements along its frontage. It includes a roundabout, curb gutter sidewalk, paving, landscaping, all of that. So several months ago, we were talking about counting on the fact that Maria Village would make those improvements rather than the streetscape project making those improvements. However, I've had subsequent conversations with that developer, and they don't look to be getting off the ground as soon as they'd like to. So we're not counting on that at this time, but we would be looking forward to, if they do get off the ground, capturing that money, and then we'll bring an action back to council and talk about how we may want to spend that.
Okay, and so based on this for segment C, how much of a shortfall is there to put the L101 60-inch pipe under segment C?
About 3.3 million.
3.3 million still, okay. And which will it be? There are two roundabouts. Are we able to go all the way from La Costa up to the first roundabout?
Right, so we're with all the actions that we've talked about past the one tonight, and then the budget gets approved with the 1.8 million that is contemplated. It will get us from La Costa to Grandview, and then the missing piece is Grandview to Jupiter.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll move approval.
Second. Councilmember Lyons?
Yeah, thank you. I did not mean to move approval, but it did pop up on my screen, so I don't know how that happened.
Either way.
Okay, just to clarify. So respectfully, I'd like to ask my colleagues if they might consider tabling this item for further discussion. And I think Councilmember Ehlers kind of got to the point that I was at too. I would really like to understand the bigger picture of a few things. And one is how this is one puzzle piece in a larger solution. But another is something that I would like to understand better regarding finding money at the city. And I've always said, I like to find money. It's like, where can we go to find money? Because we're always needing additional money for our infrastructure. And here we have a consent item for a total of $1.6 million, which is a pretty large amount of money to put on consent. And what we're doing is we're finding money from the Traffic Mitigation Fund, we're finding money from the Regional Transportation Congestion Improvement Fund, and we're finding money from the Flood Control Fund, and putting it all together to come up with the $1.6 million. And I think that's not a bad thing, but I would love to really have the opportunity to talk about it in more detail. What is our policy for finding money from these different funds? What kinds of projects can they be attributed to? Because I know there's restrictions. What is just our philosophy for staff to go into our funding sources and then bring forward something that's $1.6 million? I just want to know more about how we do that, and so that we can understand this better, but also so that we can understand what and kind of profile what our process is for using these funds. And so my thought in advance, and I know we've already got first and a second on this, but I might offer a substitute motion to table this for this action today. I've asked staff if it's time sensitive, and it's not time sensitive in regards to this money won't be available to us if we don't act today. So I would just ask then if we could table this and bring it back for a full agenda item discussion.
I'm not interested in tabling it, but if there's a second.
I'll actually second that, but as long as staff, you're comfortable if we delay a week, or, obviously we don't want to delay too long.
Yeah, that wouldn't have an impact.
Okay.
A week.
Well,
now, when you're ready, let me know.
Yep.
Go ahead.
We've had conversations about the budget that involved a priority for finding the money to be able to build this storm water facility. This is not new. This is something that we've been discussing. We let the city manager know that this was a high priority, and I applaud the efforts that went into finding these resources. We're about to consider a budget that includes the balance so that we can take care of additive alternative A. So I don't consider it a mystery about how we got to where we are. And frankly, I'm going to keep working to come up with the money for additive alternative B as well. It is a high priority. There's flooding that has historically been pretty significant. And so at this point, I'm not interested in tabling. I'm interested in building. I'm interested in getting things done. So that's, I won't be supporting tabling. Councilman Raylers?
And then I think this is a very unique situation because it's an iBank loan and not a lease revenue. So we're using the flexibility. This is not a case that would come up very often, in that you're able to take road mitigation funds and be able to use them on the project, on the streetscape project, and then take the money that replace, that's an iBank loan that is not tied to the asset, and put that on flooding. And that doesn't normally happen. This is the only iBank loan we've ever done. It's the only time we've ever had that flexibility. So they are using the funding in the correct spot. And it's just because of that iBank flexibility that allowed this to happen. If you want to comment, Jill.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're using the entire $20 million on the base bid for the project, and that was only able to get us so far. But in finding these additional funds, we're able to put more money into kind of the additive alternates. So we're taking that money that was going to be iBank money, we're using these fees, and that frees up the iBank money to spend on the drainage.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor
Does that
Blackwell.
help explain it?
Well, I think it profiles that there's information that is good to kind of bring out and make public. And so just by this dialogue, we're getting more of that public information.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yeah, I think, thank you for explaining how the money came to be. I do reflect back on a very lengthy special meeting we had on the drainage situation. We went through the Q3 report as well as looked at the streetscape drainage improvements, and we really laid out the prioritization, and it was ahead of budget workshops. And so I think that finding this money is huge. I also understand that even if we do not approve the $1.8 million later in our budget discussion for this next fiscal year, there's still improvement. This money could still provide some additional drainage. It might not go to Grandview, of course, but it would go part of the way, right?
Yes, that's correct. There are multiple new inlets that will be constructed on the western curb line, and every opportunity we have to put those into a 60-inch pipe instead of the 24-inch pipe that's at capacity will improve the drainage in the area.
And it's very exciting. The pipe has shown up. It's in the middle. It's in the median in the vicinity of Jupiter. They're going to install that pipe first. Because that's the construction of the roundabout that they're installing the pipe in order to build that. The problem is that's not going to connect to anything at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not until we identify additional funding to get from Grandview to Jupiter.
So the goal, in my opinion, is to get to the entire length of pipe that is segment C. And so we have a substitute motion that has a second. And so we will take a vote on that substitute motion.
And that motion fails with Hinsey, Blackwell, and Kranz voting no.
Okay, and Councilmember Ehlers, you are good with your motion?
Yeah, I'm good with my motion. Either way, I want to do this as soon as possible, but it is a lot of money, and I was just interested in continuing to search, and I think I think we're all on the same page up here. Yeah, we all want to get it done and get more done.
And we got a contractor out there in the field, and the sooner we let them know that this money is available, the sooner they can order materials, the sooner they can prepare to install this additional length of pipe. And then we will continue to scour for enough money to do the entire pipe for segment C. So with that, we will vote on the original motion.
Which is staff recommendation. And motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And that brings us to item.
And we do have one speaker, Scott Campbell.
Which one do we?
Well, that was pretty exciting right there. So my name is Scott Campbell. I'm an Encinitas resident because this is a budget thing. And it's amazing that we found, $3 million with 6 weeks to go in the budget cycle. It's pretty amazing. So one thing, that must be some really good electricity going in at Pacific View for $250,000. I mean, that must be some amazing electricity. I have two asks. First, I would like to know the status of the donut chart items that are getting removed and the money returned to the budget. I'd like to know their future status. I think that should be discussed because a lot of them have already been designed and we've paid money and people have had hopes up for some of those. And my second ask is related, and I think the council should discuss if there is a new strategy going forward for how to incorporate these CIP projects. I was led to believe last night that maybe we're not going to have all sorts of designs and consultants, and maybe we're just going to start focusing on, projects that we actually can complete. We have a huge basket of projects that aren't completed that probably may never get completed. We spent a lot of money on, and I think the council should discuss if there's a new project, a new policy, because it's kind of related to the money getting returned. I'd note that, it's later on, it already passed, but Encinitas has a 15% on their wastewater, just like all the other wastewaters. And in their discussion, they're noting that they're reaching solids capacity limits, some sort of regulatory limits. And I've got to wonder if we're hitting that stuff too. And that's part of this drainage stuff and on wastewater. Now, this money that we find, and we spent a lot of money last year. Page 12 has it pretty much itemized. We're willing to spend $5 million on equipment. A lot of that's for fire stuff, the scuba equipment and new trucks and new $5 million. We just spent that just this year. It was never planned, and we spent it. But we only spent, not only, but we spent $1.56 million on unplanned, unforeseen. I'm not using unintended anymore. Everybody's taken over that word. Unforeseen results. We need to do a better job as a council and as a staff in predicting some of these things. All these structures are ending their life. What are we going to do? We need to start funding these things and adding to inflation and not just have static budgets. Those are my comments on this stuff. And once again, I'm glad we found $3 million. It's amazing, and I hope we spend it well. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
I would move approval of this item.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 10A, we have a public hearing to review and consider the introduction of the City Council Ordinance number 2024-04, proposing municipal code amendments which modify, the 2022 California Building Standards Code related to energy efficiency and green building. And our sustainability analyst, Wampler, is going to be speaking. And because this is a public hearing, we will first hear a staff report. I will then ask council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report. We will have a round of preliminary questions. We will then open the public hearing and hear from speakers, and then we will close the public hearing and conduct our deliberations and possible action. With that, we're ready for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz and City Council. My name is Madeline Wampler, and I'm the Sustainability Analyst with the Sustainability Division. And I will be presenting item 10A, Proposed Green Building Ordinance 2024-04. With me tonight is Sustainability Manager Nahara, Development Services Director Kujak, and on the phone we have our consultants, Misty Bruseri and Neil Desnu from the statewide REACH Codes program, who supported us on developing this ordinance and are here to help answer questions. The recommended action tonight is to introduce City Council Ordinance number 2024-04, titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, adopting amendments to Chapter 2312 of Title 23 of the Encinitas Municipal Code to make certain amendments, additions, and deletions related to energy efficiency and green building. On November 18th, 2020, City Council approved an interim update to the Climate Action Plan, which includes measures that require decarbonization of new residential and commercial buildings. The most recent greenhouse gas emissions inventory, completed in 2023, revealed that natural gas emissions was the third largest source of emissions for the city, behind electricity and transportation. Targeting natural gas emissions from buildings can help the city get one step closer to meeting its goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 44% by 2030. One way that the city can reduce natural gas emissions is through building REACH codes. The California Building Energy Efficiency Standards and California Green Building Standards sets statewide energy conservation standards to promote energy efficiency and reduce energy costs in buildings. These standards are adopted every 3 years, with the next coming in 2025. Local jurisdictions can adopt building REACH codes, which increase the building code requirements above the state efficiency standards. These can be adopted at any time and must meet the Energy Commission's cost effectiveness standards. Since updating the 2018 Climate Action Plan, the city has adopted a series of REACH codes related to green building and energy efficiency. Most notably, in 2022, the city adopted an ordinance that required newly constructed buildings to be all electric. Similar regulations were adopted by the city of Berkeley in 2019. However, in April 2023, the Ninth Circuit Court ruled that Berkeley's gas prohibition was unlawful, stating that the Federal Energy Policy and Conservation Act preempted the local all-electric ordinance. In response, Encinitas City Council passed a resolution suspending the all-electric requirement and directed staff to evaluate alternatives to encourage decarbonization. And finally, in January of this year, the Ninth Circuit denied Berkeley's appeal, solidifying the preemption ruling, and Berkeley announced it would repeal its all-electric ordinance. In response to the outcome of the Berkeley case, staff have been working on a new ordinance in alignment with the latest court ruling that will still encourage building decarbonization. Identifying this alternative approach would advance the city's progress in meeting its climate action plan goals. With no foreseeable statewide all-electric requirements, local action is key for further reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And since suspending the all-electric requirement, about 35% of single-family and 50% of multifamily permits propose natural gas construction. This underscores the need for an alternative approach to incentivize all-electric construction. Over the past few months, staff have worked with the REACH Codes team from the statewide Codes and Standards program to develop a new ordinance. We want to especially thank Misty Bruceri, Neil Desnew, and Jeremy Reef for all of their time and assistance through the process. Staff also sought input from internal stakeholders, including the city's building official, development services staff, and the city attorney, and consulted experts from other cities to further refine the ordinance. Once the ordinance was drafted, staff conducted public outreach and met with relevant stakeholder groups, notifying them of the proposed ordinance and public meeting dates to provide feedback. On May 9th, 2024, the Environmental Commission approved a recommendation that City Council adopt the ordinance, and today we bring this proposed ordinance before Council for your consideration and approval. Looking ahead, after adoption, the ordinance must be approved by the California Energy Commission and filed with the Building Standards Commission. During that time, staff will continue outreach prior to implementation. The next few slides, I will discuss the details outlined in proposed ordinance 2024-04. This slide provides an overview of the three key components of the proposed ordinance. First, I will discuss the proposed increased energy efficiency requirements for residential new construction. Then I will go over the electric readiness requirements, also for residential new construction. And finally, I'll touch on some minor administrative updates incorporated into the ordinance. The first component of the proposed ordinance is related to increased energy efficiency. Staff have chosen the high-performance REACH code approach for advancing energy performance in residential new construction. This approach exceeds the state code for energy performance, setting uniform energy standards that apply to both all-electric and mixed-fuel homes. This approach provides a strong mechanism for encouraging electrification while also providing grid and emissions reduction benefits for projects that still choose to have gas appliances. It does not prohibit or penalize gas technologies and is in alignment with state and federal law. And lastly, by incentivizing the use of a certified energy analyst, it promotes transparency and accountability in energy reporting. The cities of Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo, and San Jose adopted a similar requirement last fall, with many others considering a similar approach. So now I'll dive a little bit deeper into these proposed energy efficiency requirements. The proposed REACH code requires higher energy performance for new construction than the state code. This is achieved through compliance margins, which measure how a proposed building's energy performance compares to a standard building constructed to meet minimum code requirements. A higher compliance margin indicates a better energy performance. The proposed compliance margin for single-family buildings is a 4.5 reduction in the Energy Design Rating, or EDR1. For low-rise multifamily buildings, the proposed standard is an 8% reduction in the time-dependent valuation, or TDV. The requirement excludes small single-family dwellings less than 1,500 square feet, high-rise multifamily structures 4 or more stories, and non-residential buildings. Analysis concluded that for these building types, meeting the requirement may not be feasible or cost-effective. So how can buildings meet these compliance margins? All-electric designs would require few or no additional measures, while mixed-fuel designs will require more significant efficiency measures, such as a battery, thereby incentivizing all-electric construction. Both compliance margin standards have been found to be cost-effective, and analysis has shown that all-electric new construction is the most economical compliance option. And in the next few slides, I'll provide some examples of how new construction can meet these requirements. Shown on this slide is an example of a single-family home that meets the minimum state code requirements. The home has rooftop solar PV, an electric heat pump water heater shown in blue, and a natural gas space heating system shown in orange. This slide compares an all-electric home on the left to a mixed-fuel home with gas and electric appliances on the right. And just a reminder, homes with a margin of 4.5 or higher would be in compliance. So beginning with the all-electric house on the left, this example achieves a compliance margin of 5.9 by adding additional rooftop solar PV to offset 80% of electricity usage, along with high-efficiency heat pump water heater and a heat pump space and heating cooling system. In the example on the right, the mixed-fuel home meets the requirement by adding even more rooftop solar PV to offset 100% of electricity use, extra attic insulation, efficient air distribution, compact water heating distribution, a high-efficiency heat pump water heater, and a high-efficiency gas furnace, achieving a margin of 4.8. This comparison demonstrates how fewer efficiency measures are required to meet the proposed compliance margin for all-electric construction. The electric case requires 3 measures, while the mixed-fuel case requires 6. And this is just one example of many compliance pathway options. But ultimately, if someone chooses to have gas appliances, it will require many additional measures, which can be costly in comparison to an all-electric design. The second key component of the proposed ordinance relates to electric readiness requirements for residential new construction. These requirements apply when a gas appliance is installed instead of heat pump technology. While the state code already has some rules about electric readiness, these proposed requirements will make it even easier for buildings to switch to all-electric systems in the future. For single-family homes, the ordinance proposes readiness requirements for heat pump space heaters to align with the draft 2025 efficiency standards. For multifamily buildings, the ordinance proposes readiness requirements for individual and central water heating systems, also in alignment with the draft 2025 efficiency standards. And the final component of the proposed ordinance includes minor administrative updates, such as adding a certified energy analyst definition to support the high-performance REACH code language, removing definitions and code sections related to the former all-electric requirement, clarifying electric vehicle charging requirements for non-residential additions and alterations, and reinstating the adoptions by reference which were previously omitted unintentionally. In summary, the proposed ordinance aligns with federal and state law, promotes energy efficiency, and encourages the transition to all-electric buildings while offering flexibility for mixed-fuel construction. It represents a balanced strategy to achieve greenhouse gas reduction targets while ensuring compliance and technical feasibility. And as I mentioned earlier, other municipalities have already adopted or are considering a similar REACH code, signaling broader support for this approach across the state. So to wrap up, the recommended action tonight is to introduce City Council Ordinance number 2024-04. This concludes my presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So we just received the staff report. I would like to ask council now to disclose any other information you have received that is not included in the staff report.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose. Okay, Councilmember Ayers, you got a preliminary question?
Yeah, just clarification questions.
Okay.
So I'm approaching this looking at it as though I'm sitting up on the Planning Commission and empathizing with those future planning commissioners that are going to have to interpret the new law. The permit application date, is that the date that it's deemed complete by planning staff? How do you define that?
Councilmember Ehlers, the permit in this case is pardon me, the permit in this case is a building permit.
Okay.
So this is at the construction stage, not in the discretionary planning stage.
Okay, great. And then when you talk about, I think on page 9, it talks about 4 habitable stories. Is that definition the same as we would normally call stories? In other words, if I had 1 or 2 basement floors, I only count the stories above ground?
It actually would not if the basement was finished out to be habitable in terms of building code definition. That would count as a story for this purpose.
So this is a different definition. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not the same as the story definition that we would have in a zoning sense.
Okay, great. And may California density bonus law waive any of these requirements through either waiver or cost concession mechanisms?
They would not be able to do that as a component of the building code.
And I don't think this is allowed, but would conduit, could that be used in lieu of electrical dormant wiring? I know there's several conditions in there where we put the wiring in and hold the space. Would a conduit be another way of doing that? Or allowed under the current under the proposed law is what I should say.
Generally, when the proposed law, I believe, calls for the wiring, so that conduit would not be sufficient. It actually has to have the wiring in place.
Okay. And then I saw this went to the Environmental Commission. Any thought of putting this through the Planning Commission? Because I would think that some projects, be it low-rise or high-rise, some of those will be going through Planning Commission, and these requirements would still be placed on the projects at that time.
These requirements would be placed on a project regardless of any Planning Commission action. They would have no purview over their application.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I would say that given the way the appliance world is moving, having a conduit is the smarter way to go, and have a pull rope because, there may be a future where you need more amperage, and so just burying wire may not be enough. And so my hope is that creative developers are going to incorporate that thought in their electrical work. I see no other requests from my colleagues to speak, so we're ready to hear from the public. And I will open the public hearing.
We do have 3 speakers: Kelly Linden, Harold Standifer, Judy Burlfine, Dada Ponazil.
Hello, good evening. Yes, my name is Kelly Linden, and I volunteer with several organizations that advocate to accelerate equitable climate action, including as the co-chair of the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition. This coalition is an alliance of over 40 community, business, faith, justice, and environmental organizations that are coming together to accelerate electrification in residential and commercial buildings. I supported the original all-electric ordinance that Encinitas passed a few years back, and was very disappointed when Southern California Gas funded the effort to overturn that type of ordinance. But then those who care about our future are very resourceful, and now there's this alternate approach, which will encourage all-electric new construction, and as you saw, has already been passed by several cities. This is a traditional REACH code that applies to all fuel types and aligns with federal and state laws. While not as comprehensive as the earlier ordinance, it still moves the city forward, and I support it. Building all-electric homes costs less than a mixed-fuel home, and that will reduce the costs for a home buyer. High-efficiency electric equipment will ensure that there's minimal impacts to the grid. As you may know, the California Air Resource Board has proposed phasing out gas water heaters and furnaces starting as early as 2030. in order to meet the state's bold climate and health goals. This means that when these appliances need to be replaced, it will be with high-efficiency electric equipment. By passing this ordinance, you will support future-proofing your community, saving residents both time and money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Harold Standifer. I'm a resident of Encinitas. I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of myself and the local Sierra Club group. And I want to thank staff for that excellent report. Thank you. I would start out by saying that the decision by the Ninth Circuit on the electric ordinances was disappointing, to say the least. And we're left with what we have. And what we have is a fine proposed ordinance put together by staff and with the consultants to move us forward in the battle we have with climate change, which is, as you all know, an existential crisis that needs to be met on every front that we can do so. I strongly urge you to accept this ordinance as presented and push it along for adoption after the second reading. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy said I could go first. Honorable Council, I'm Dadla Panazil. You're talking about one of my favorite subjects. This is a great first step, this ordinance. Please approve it. Now I'd like to talk about implementation, getting it on the ground and in people's houses. A few years ago, one of our neighbors asked for help with an HVAC changeout. They were getting hot in the summer and wanted to add an AC to their furnace, air conditioner to their furnace. They did what anyone They did what anyone considering such an upgrade of their home should do. They sought a home comfort assessment. And I was available and I did it. And after inspecting the home, I recommended they upgrade their attic insulation first before sizing and installing the new air conditioner. And once the new load was determined based on the improved building envelope, then the air conditioner could be reduced in size. Had they gone ahead with the recommendation of the contractor, the new system would have been oversized, use more electricity, and waste more energy through poorly insulated and leaky ducts. So the challenge we face is we're not building that many new homes in this city, but we have a lot of existing building stock that we need to deal with, and those are harder. We're constantly doing change-outs. Hopefully they're getting permitted, remodels, additions, alterations. And this presents a great opportunity if we leverage that. During such upgrades, uninsulated attics, kitchen ceilings, hot upstairs bedrooms, cold den floors, all of these places become accessible for pennies on the dollar. For installation, air sealing, indoor air quality improvements. And having worked on these, I can tell you it's so much easier to build a new one than to fix one of these, but that's what we have to do. So once we do this, going back to our ordinance and the heating cooling systems, those can be downsized once we reduce the load. So, and when they're downsized, they cost less for the equipment and they use less energy over their life cycle. And it really bothers me to put more PV on a roof when you can do it by reducing the load. PV is not cheap. So what we need is we need the homeowner to get the 3 E's: educate, educate, and educate. The people living in those homes need someone in their corner advocating for them, helping them get the most from their investment. So architects will do what they want, but every building permit that comes through here should get a home assessment on comfort and the things I've been talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Hello, and thank you, Council, and thank you, Madeline and Crystal. I'd like to follow up on Dodla's comments. So, as you saw, approximately a third of greenhouse gas emissions are from buildings. And the best way to lower that number is for us to build buildings that don't waste resources. Clean energy or dirty energy, as Dodla said, waste is waste. So I like this ordinance. It's a little frustrating that we're not asking the electrification people to also upgrade their insulation and make their houses more efficient, but I want to support it. So I want you to pass this great ordinance, but I want you to make it a success. And to make it a success, reiterating what Dodla said, we have to create a demand for efficient buildings that run on clean electricities and that don't waste resources. So how do we create that demand? Perhaps it can help us by looking back at previous Encinitas ordinances and figuring out which have been most successful and which have been least successful. So from my perspective, our styrofoam ban has been a great success. The restaurants I go to have all stopped using styrofoam. And as I understand it, that's because we had a great, we did a lot of legwork. We worked with Solana Center and we educated the restaurant folks. So that was super good. The gas blower ban, I think, is sort of a mixed success. We have a lot more electric blowers, but we don't have the enforcement to get rid of the gas blowers. The least successful, from my perspective, was the gray water permitting. As far as I know, not a single permit has been issued because the process of getting that permit is so onerous. So let's do this ordinance like the styrofoam ban. Let's educate homeowners and contractors about the benefits of going electric and, more importantly, the benefits of using resources wisely. There's lots of ways to do that. We can have information at the permitting offices. We can do workshops for homeowners and contractors. We can provide referrals to green building consultants. We can hire an in-house green building guide like they do in Palo Alto. They call it the Green Genie. So let's build homes that are well insulated so they stay warm in winter and cool in summer without requiring lots of heating and cooling. Let's build homes with heating and cooling ducts. That's okay. Baby's hungry. Let's build homes with heating and cooling ducts that carry hot and cold air into the rooms of the home rather than ducts with huge holes that leak all that expensive air into the attic. And let's build homes with heaters and air conditioners.
Thank you.
I have one sentence. I was talking about the baby pillow. This is the last sentence.
Okay.
Let's build homes with heaters and air conditioners with Goldilocks-size units, not too big to waste our precious energy, not too small to make us uncomfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That does conclude speakers.
All right. Thank you to all the speakers. I will now close the public hearing. And I will point out that the City of Encinitas adopted the REACH code, original REACH code. We were the 50th city in the state to adopt that, roughly 450 cities in California. So we were leading. And it is not uncommon when you are doing that you take some flack. And there's no question there were developers that were quite irritated by the new code. And we're indicating that there could be litigation. So with what was going on in Berkeley, it was something we backed off of so that we could avoid that. And this alternative, I think, is well done. And I appreciate all the effort that went into it with the city attorney and city staff. So thank you all. I recall when we first got started on the new code, hearing from real estate agents who said anecdotally that when they show a house to people, frequently, if the kitchen is not gas appliance, the potential buyers turn around and leave. They are shifting paradigms is very challenging, and people that expect to be able to cook on gas tops, gas appliances are pretty set that that's what they want, which is unfortunate, because one of the other things I noticed is that there was a comment in the newspaper from an attorney that, my God, electric, you're kidding me, they take forever to heat up, and it was clear that he had this idea of the old electric appliances and had no knowledge of what induction cooktops were like. We purchased an induction cooktop for about $100, and aside from the fact that about half of our cookware didn't work on induction cooktops, my wife and all the cooks in the family figured out how to use it, and it has been a regular in our kitchen. So anybody that is interested in reducing gas emissions in your house, if you have a gas cooktop, I would highly recommend the investment in a induction cooktop. We had a presentation the other day from the Solana Center. They have loaners that you can give it a test drive. So I think that this solution that we have here before us is a great alternative. So with that, Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate this evolution of our REACH code based on where we're at and what we need to do. So it's definitely the right way forward. Thank you, staff. I have spent some time with Dadla and Judy talking about things like insulation, and I appreciate what their comments have been here tonight about how important it is not only to put these new standards in place, but to educate and to follow up with how we can best achieve the outcomes we're trying to achieve. So the education speaks for itself, I think, in that it could be broad across the community, but it also could be the developers and the architects and those who will be applying these requirements. It's also those who will be inspecting, and that's our own people, and what the standards are now that they will be different. I think there's a higher bar being put forward here with this new REACH code. And it's not a small thing to achieve the outcomes. People traditionally have done work in a certain way, and this will be a different way of doing it. So I think the education is so imperative, and also the follow-up to hit the high mark of achieving these outcomes is really imperative too. So I would like to put forward for staff to consider, come back with what could also be done to make sure we are going to get these outcomes, whether it's termed as education or maybe it's termed as what's the higher bar for our own inspections when someone's pulling a permit, to make sure they've achieved the levels that we're putting forward. So that's my primary comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to thank Madeline. That was a great presentation. We're so happy to have you here at the City of Encinitas. This is a great pathway for us to achieve what we're trying to achieve that's still within the boundaries of what the law allows us to. So I'm really supportive of it, and I'm happy to make a motion to move approval of the item. My only comment is piggybacking on what Councilmember Lyons has suggested here with the educational effort. I do agree that sometimes the back and forth with our planning department of not understanding exactly what we're trying to have them do, and there's just a huge learning curve, and we want to save our residents the frustration of having to go back and forth for comments and waiting on comments. So perhaps we can come back with some ideas about educational program, whether it's directed at builders or residents, or maybe we do everything. I'm our representative on San Diego Community Power, and we often hear about a lot of grant opportunities for education, and we in Encinitas don't always qualify for some of the disadvantaged community grants, but I know within SDCP there are grants that are geared towards education. Do you have anything in mind that you would suggest for us to think about either in the next budget cycle or just in the months that are coming to really hone in on what Judy and Dadla are saying regarding education?
The first thing that came to mind, or tapping into the resources that we've received with our fellowship opportunities. So we support Civic Spark Fellows and other fellowship programs, and their primary objective is to do outreach and education in this space. So one thing we've already discussed is for this REACH code and for this ordinance, having them help with the outreach and education piece. And then we would also definitely tap into the resources from the REACH codes program. They provide services not only with developing the ordinance, but executing implementation and education and training programs, which we've done with previous ordinances, and we will continue to utilize their expertise with that as well. Yeah, I'll stop there, but perhaps, I don't know. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, those are great suggestions. And just as the mayor said, we were really proud to be at the forefront of our initial adoption of the Green Building Efficiency Ordinance. And now I think we're all glad that there's some other cities that have blazed the trail ahead of us, including Santa Cruz and San Luis Obispo that are doing that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'll second your motion. And Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
He beat me to it. I would have seconded it. I thought the presentation was really good, and I do think this is a good step forward. Given where we were and having to pause the previous ordinance, I think this is very helpful. I also echo the need for education, both for contractors and builders as well as the homeowner. I think that's going to be, generating that demand is a great point. We don't need another ordinance for ordinance sake. So I think that would be, do you know what the other cities who have already implemented are doing in that regard? Do you have any examples?
I spoke with the city of San Luis Obispo, and I believe they've done a lot of even social media engagement, education at public events, training. So they sort of tapped into all of the varieties of options where they can educate in various ways. Beyond that, I am not sure, though. I haven't spoken with the other cities.
Well, hopefully they'll pave some ground for us, right? And we can be resourceful and not necessarily have to be original. So that's good. The other question I had is, in the process of getting to this presentation tonight and introducing it, you probably got a lot of feedback. And so I'm wondering, we've seen a lot of support in the public comments and the speakers. Did you have any concerns raised, and how did you deal with those? Were a theme about concerns?
I think the common theme that I've heard now that we've presented this item and spoken with our stakeholders is still relating to the cost effectiveness. So if we receive comments about that, we make sure that we reference the 2022 cost effectiveness study that was performed by the REACH Codes team, and that's this resource, and that's what we use to develop this ordinance, and that's our go-to for explaining how the cost effectiveness was calculated, and to reassure everyone that that was with sound research and from the experts. And I think another big comment that we receive is related to the impact that it will have on the grid with more transition to all electric appliances. And I know that SDG&E is working diligently on that subject. They're working on demand management strategies, innovative technologies, where essentially there will be less demand on the grid, not to mention by having a focus on renewable energies on the home with rooftop solar PV, we're reducing demand on the grid as well. So I think those are the two bigger concerns. But part of the outreach and implementation phase that we'll go through throughout the next few months and beyond, we will continue that education, and we'd like to hear the input from everyone on their concerns.
Good, that's helpful. I didn't want to shine the light on the negative and take away from the positive, because I think what I saw was a lot of very positive public comments, so appreciate that. Thank you again.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about high-rise versus low-rise, because it's very counterintuitive that the addition of one story suddenly makes it more efficient, or less efficient, I guess, and therefore requiring electrification. Can you go into the 2022 study and why high-rise versus low-rise, one would be exempted completely? Because it seems to me what we're opening up is a loophole that a standard 3-story, and we talked earlier about the habitable stories. They're just going to dig down and put 2 habitable stories below it, and then a 2-story above ground will be a 4-story, and they don't have to do it. And I'd like to close that, but can you explain why the quantum difference between the two? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think our consultants on the call, if they're listening, they would be the best to answer that question. Misty was an author on the cost effectiveness study. So Misty, if maybe you could address the question if you're listening.
This is Neil. Misty is on the line as well. This is Neil DeSnow. The difference is simply that the building code treats low-rise multifamily differently than high-rise multifamily, and they basically have different requirements for these 2 building types. And so the high-rise multifamily is more like a non-residential building, and it's much harder to get a compliance margin, a significant compliance margin out of a high-rise building. It's not because of necessarily 1 story or 2, it's just because of the different standards that apply to a building at the arbitrary line of 4 habitable stories or more. It's basically classified as a different type of occupancy and a different set of rules apply.
And so let me ask a question, maybe Carrie, you can chime in here. Do we have that kind of difference between our building code standards for a 2-story, 3-story, 4 and up, or are they pretty much the same? And the example I'm thinking of is the apartment building on the corner of Garden View and Cambria. That's what qualifies as a 4-story here because it's got habitable on the bottom and 3 stories above. But it looks like it's built just like any other 3-story building.
So Councilmember Ehlers, the building code would apply as the building code is written. So if you see a building such as that is of those stories, they were built under that different standard that was just referenced. So it is a different type of building subject to different standards than, say, a standard 2-story home, even if that home has a habitable basement.
Yeah, but if we're looking at a 3-story versus a 4-story, and they talked about the multifamily, all the multifamily, 3 or 4-story, going to what they call it, unit level heat pumps. And it would seem that you go to a 4-story, wouldn't it be far more efficient just to plumb it for electric, plumb it for individual units because it's not commercial, it's not a big open air unit, it is individual cubicles and or units, and they're just happen to be stacked vertically. And it just blows my mind that we can't apply the same energy efficiency requirement, or maybe we modulate it a little down, but why can't we? They're going to handle it the same way. Why don't we put the same law? I don't want to open a loophole here, and I feel like that's what's happening here.
Unfortunately, the cost effectiveness analysis, that was the result of the analysis. So we, by state law, we, as a local entity, are not allowed to require something that's not cost effective. So the results of that were that those higher rise were not cost effective. So unfortunately, we can't expand the requirement to that type of building.
I guess when I read through the report, I didn't see that dark line in there, but I wish maybe afterwards you can explain to me where in the cost effectiveness study I know it takes the 3-story and takes the 5-story and somehow it draws a magical line between those two, but again, it just makes zero sense to me. So I'd like to see this apply to 3 and 4 and 5-story because I think we're going to see quite a few 4-story buildings get approved through density bonus. They'll go to 4-story, then they'll claim this exemption, the 4-story exemption, and then we're going to take a whole bunch of 2 and 3-story buildings and on paper make them look like 4-story, and they're going to end up bypassing this climate action improvement, and I don't support that.
Okay, thank you all.
Excuse me, this is Misty Bruceri. May I add a bit of information?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you for having us. Just to give you a little bit more information on the energy code, the state energy code actually is where that dividing line is. And it treats the 4-story buildings differently. The Energy Commission actually has also recognized that that's a somewhat arbitrary line, and they are now in the process of trying to blend the two types together to consolidate those requirements more. But right now they still do have that line. And so because of the requirements in the high rise, we weren't able to find a way to exceed those requirements cost effectively.
And do they define stories the same, the habitable stories like we defined earlier, or what is the state energy definition of stories? Just
yes, well, let me tell you, a habitable space, I'm reading the definition, is space in a building for living, sleeping, eating, or cooking, excluding bathrooms, toilets, hallways, storage areas, closets, utility rooms, and similar areas.
Okay. So they're
habitable space, right, a habitable story is a story that contains habitable space and that has at least 50% of its volume above grade.
Okay. So they do. It is
it's
similar to ours then. Not, it's a little different. So if they build them into the base, into the ground, they would not count if 50% of the volume is underground, which is close to our definition.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote.
I just want to clarify, is the motion just to introduce the ordinance? Was there any direction?
Yes,
Okay.
recommended action, right?
Motion carries with Councilmember Ehlers voting no.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We are now moving on to item 10B, which is authorization for the County of San Diego and the San Diego County Sheriff's Department to install and operate automated license plate reader cameras on traffic signals and light poles in the city using flock safety equipment. And back for a visit and to share with us his new, this particular initiative is our former Captain Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're trying to pull up the presentation now. So if you'd be patient.
You'd be in trouble without, if you didn't have a presentation, you'd have to.
Well, I always carry a thumb drive with it on, so if we need to go to that, we're prepared.
Okay.
I was going to say how quickly he forgets how to bring stuff up on our equipment.
Yeah. I think he always had a helper on that.
Run to my desk and load it and send it, but it'll take a little while. If you can delay it, I don't know what else to do.
So a few technical difficulties. It might have to be loaded from the IT office.
Okay.
If it's possible, perhaps moving on to the next agenda item, and I can wait. I don't mind.
You'll stay late?
You don't want that.
Yeah.
It'd be nothing I haven't gone through before.
How many public speakers do we have on this item? No public speakers requesting to speak. Okay, so we are going to skip to item 10C and get started on the introduction of the budget. Because Captain Lawrence just volunteered to stay late. Are you ready?
Probably my finance folks. Can somebody text the finance folks? They probably don't know.
Okay.
But I can start out. So thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, we're bringing forward to you the reflections on the budget workshops that we had, as well as the last couple of remaining questions related to various items, and hoping to wrap up this evening with final choices and selections, and so that we can actually put together the budget for adoption, in June. Oh, yes, he did. He reordered the agenda.
Sorry to catch you all off guard. It was just unexpected.
Good evening, Council, Mayor.
Do you have a presentation for us?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. The item before you is the introduction of the fiscal year 2025 operating and CIP budget. Just recapping where we are in the process, the budget development process is a way for Council to authorize spending through appropriations for the next fiscal year beginning on July 1st. This is necessary because the operating budget appropriations expire on June 30th. Over the winter, staff updated revenue estimates and projected expenses to be included in the base operating budget. And then this spring, the City Council had strategic discussions and opportunities for public involvement, including the City Council selected strategic planning focus areas and goals for the next fiscal year on February 6th. The Infrastructure Task Force presented their final report to the City Council on February 28th. Q3 Consulting presented their Leucadia area watershed drainage feasibility study on March 20th. 2 public workshops were held at special meetings on March 27th and April 17th, offering opportunities for the public to provide input on budget priorities as well. At the second workshop on April 17th, City Council provided direction on programming funding in the next fiscal year. And the purpose of tonight's budget introduction is to receive public input and council direction on what we've packaged based on all of that feedback, and receive direction on potential revisions to include when we return on June 12th for a final adoption. Starting with the operating budget. The fiscal year 24-25 operating budget is balanced and continues to promote fiscal sustainability with revenues exceeding expenditures. The city's revenue shows solid growth over the current fiscal year, and proposed expenditures include inflationary and enhanced service adjustments along with council-directed additions. Contingency and budget stabilization reserves are fully funded with an estimated $22.2 million in general fund reserves at the end of June 2025. The personnel budget honors negotiated labor contracts and meets pension obligations, and no increases to the number of city employees are proposed. Staff has also incorporated City Council's direction from the budget workshops regarding priority capital project funding. If City Council approves the fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budget as proposed, the unassigned general fund balance is projected at $0.8 million on June 30, 2025. The following slides provide an overview of the attachments included in the agenda packet. This first one, the general fund projected budgetary fund balance, which is attachment 1 on page 8. It starts with our audited general fund balance for the prior fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Then appropriations that are approved by council during the current year are deducted from the unassigned, or sometimes they're added back to the unassigned fund balance to project the budgetary fund balance available for appropriation. Even though it looks like a bank statement, it's really an internal control that helps ensure that the fund balance can support authorized expenditures. During the budget workshop, City Council discussed options for the projected $4.3 million of general fund unassigned fund balance to be available for appropriation for the next fiscal year, and provided direction to program $3,508,500 in the next fiscal year and leave $791,500 as projected unassigned fund balance. Those broke down to a $0.1 million addition to the operating budget and $3.4 million addition to capital, or appropriation to capital. Two items that we anticipate that will be discussed during the discussion time at the end: the potential native plant ordinance, revised project scope, and Fire Station 6 assistance to identify a permanent location, which are not included in the numbers we're presenting. The budget in brief, which is attachment 2 on page 9, summarizes the proposed operating and capital budgets. This is an interactive tool that's linked in the staff report, which allows the public to drill into the proposed budget and filter by fund, department, or type of expense. The balanced budget for fiscal year 24-25 supports Council's mission to lead the preservation and evolution of our city and provide innovative services that enhance the quality of life for residents, visitors, businesses, and our communities. The proposed operating budget reflects a total city budget of $135.1 million in revenue that funds $131.8 million in expenses. Proposed fiscal year 2024 capital and work project appropriations total $13.4 million across all funds. Also included in the packet is the fund balance analysis, attachment 3 on page 21. This schedule projects the beginning fund balance for July 1st, 2024. It walks across and includes the revenues that we're projecting, operating expenditures, and transfers for all city funds. Staff uses this schedule to ensure that policy-directed reserves can be met, identify timing issues related to grant reimbursements, determine interfund transfers, and the capacity to fund capital projects. Essentially, the general fund budget is shown on the first row, and the total city budget is the last row. I call this out just because this schedule typically is included in the budget adoption resolution. The operating budget for all funds is estimated at $135.1 million for revenues. This is sustained growth over the current year due to high property values and transient occupancy tax. Of note, it does not include any new revenue sources. During the final report of the Infrastructure Task Force, Council approved outreach and possible ballot writing services for a potential 1-cent local sales tax measure. No additional revenues are projected in the fiscal year 2024 budget, given the unknowns of whether Council will place the measure on the ballot and whether voters will decide to implement the tax. Expenses for all funds are projected to be $118.8 million. The operating budget maintains current levels of service while meeting debt, pension, and contractual obligations. And as mentioned before, no increases to the number of city employees are proposed, and internal service fund budgets include scheduled equipment and vehicle replacements. Attachment 4 on page 24 of the packet summarizes proposed general fund activity in more detail. It also provides context for the proposed changes by displaying last year's actuals, current original, and the third quarter projected budget, along with next year's proposed amounts. As the city's largest and most discretionary fund, budget discussions typically focus on the general fund. The estimated general fund revenues total $107.5 million, which is an increase of $6.4 million or 6.3% over the current revised budget. As with all funds, the city's solid revenue growth is mostly due to high property values and transient occupancy tax. General fund expenditures account for basic services such as public safety, public works, development services, engineering, park and street maintenance, code enforcement, and the administrative services required to support these programs. The fiscal year 25 budget for the general fund includes expenditures of $100 million, which is an increase of $1.6 million or 1.6% over the current year revised budget. But when adjusted for the one-time $6.3 million land purchase in fiscal year 24, the increase is $7.7 million or 8.5%. New operating expenditures that were directed at the budget workshop on April 17th total $98,500, and they include $50,000 for on-call drainage consulting, $40,000 additional funding for visitor center and local business promotion, and $8,500 for heritage tree lighting. The capital budget, different to the operating budget where appropriations lapse at the end of the fiscal year, the capital budget appropriates to the specific projects and funding stays on the project for until expended or returned to the funding source. Encinitas monitors and improves city infrastructure, including roads, sidewalks, drainage systems, trails, and parks. City projects are prioritized in strategies laid out by Council's strategic planning framework. And while most capital projects are managed by the engineering department, the CIP plan also includes facilities, parks and beach projects, and multi-year studies, which we call work projects, that are non-capital in nature, but the funding needs to stay with that project over a few years, that can be managed by other departments. The proposed plan for fiscal year 2025 through 29 contains $57.9 million in capital improvement and work projects over the next 5 years. And attachment 7A on page 42 presents the 5-year plan by type, while 7B on page 45 subtotals by funding source. While the plan includes a 5-year outlook, the capital budget appropriates funds for fiscal year 25 only. Projects shown in future years are programmed into the plan and are not funded until each subsequent budget adoption. Over the 5-year total, $13.4 million is programmed for fiscal year 25. The proposed capital budget includes $3.9 million from the general fund, with all other funds totaling $9.5 million. At the second budget workshop on April 17th, City Council directed staff to include $3.4 million in funding for the projects shown here. They include $1.8 million for extending North 101 drainage to Grandview, $0.8 for a protected intersection. Is that on Santa Fe? And El Camino Real. $0.3 million for general mobility, $0.2 million for safe routes to school, $150,000 for native plant ordinance related activities, such as a new demonstration garden and education, $100,000 for the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program, and $60,000 for the Orpheus Paul Ecke Central Bike Project. $538,000 in additional mandated or restricted project funding was also programmed in the CIP, which includes $250,000 for the recent resource management element update, $50,000 ADA transition plan, and $238,000 towards park improvement projects, which is restricted cell tower lease revenue. Between the directed and those mandated programming, that results in $3.9 million total CIP funding from the general fund proposed for fiscal year 25. The next steps in the budget cycle, we are in meeting 3 of 4 this spring, would be to provide direction to staff regarding revisions to the proposed budget tonight, and then we would incorporate that into the final budget for adoption on June 12th. And that concludes my presentation, and we're available for comments and then discussion on the additional items as well.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Council, I would propose that we approach this with I would move that we acknowledge the budget as presented currently reflects our conversation from back in April. And then we take individually any recommendations for changes to what we had adopted previously so that each of us can individually vote for or against whatever is being proposed. Anybody got any objections to that? Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We do have 4. Brad Roth with a time donation from Mark Wisniewski. Oh, we have it. Sherry Yardley, Scott Campbell, and then Tony Gernoy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Brad Roth, live in Cardiff. A lot of my comments are from my experience as the head of the Cottonwood Creek Conservancy, which takes care of the habitat area at Moonlight Beach. About 1995, President Clinton's Interior Secretary, Bruce Babbitt, created the Multiple Species Habitat Program. Idea was to address the aims of the Endangered Species Act with a program that was less cumbersome and controversial. The Endangered Species Act had created a lot of conflicts between land developers and environmentalists for years, and the Multiple Species Habitat Program was supposed to reduce these conflicts. The idea was, rather than focusing on saving individual species of plants and animals, rather to put effort into saving their habitat, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Fast forward to today, rather than implementing the plan laid out by Sandag in San Diego County, the city of Encinitas punted and came up with its own plan. It has 5 objectives, which are marginally about maintaining the habitat. Our conservancy has been maintaining and improving the habitat area between Coast Highway and 3rd Street for upwards of 30 years. Removed lots and lots of invasive plants, done some planting of native plants. through a number of grants from the county and the state. As a result of the improvements in the habitat there, there's a professor of biology and bird expert from Antelope Valley College named Callan York. He does bird surveys all over Southern California. And he said that there was an increased, he observed increased numbers of birds and number of species in that habitat area that we've done our work. And there was also a sighting of something that Callan York predicted. There was a sighting of a mourning warbler from the East Coast, which had somehow found its way all the way to our Moonlight Beach Park, and birders from all over the county and the area swarmed down here trying to get photos of this bird, which apparently the bird found the habitat suitable for its survival. So, and I've got this slide here shows something the Clean Water Group extol the benefits of the habitat, of the vegetation and so on. And this is what habitat looks like. It's chock-a-block full of plants. This is what it looks like now after the city removed the understory of most of the area. These are pruned up to 6 or 8 feet, removing all the understory that attracts those birds to the area. Doesn't look like this anymore. The whole area between Coast Highway and 3rd Street has been rendered useless for bird habitat. And my point is this budget item for a native plant ordinance and the demonstration gardens for native plants are very important. Unfortunately, the original proposal that Joy and Bruce made was cut back. We really need a natural resources manager because this kind of thing has happened over and over again where the habitat is not given value by the Parks Department. The city does not have anybody that really knows about what the value of this habitat and what the importance is. It brings tourists to the area, and it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And thank you and Mark and the rest of the gang that has, for 30 years, maintained that park area.
Good evening, Mayor Krantz and council members. I'm Sherry Yardley, the CEO of the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce and the Encinitas Visitor Center. 2 entities, 1 CEO. Our purpose is to, for the greater good of Encinitas through economic development, but in 2 different focuses. Last time I was here, you asked me to give you a 10-slide presentation on how we'd spend the funds that we were asking for the visitor center. So I have done that. First slide, please.
That's it.
Is the budget. So I laid out how we feel that the funds would be used. As you see that there are more funds than the 40,000 requested, because we also have ways of bringing in revenue through the website that is being built this year and will be rolled out at the end of this month. Most of the expenses are for marketing, advertising, and promotions of our city and our city entities, tourism entities, to the visitors, locally as well as those outside of our area. The other big expenses are our staff, who will help implement and run those different projects that we have going. And in the yellow highlighted is funds that we're requesting from the county to help improve some of the areas for tourism. We're looking at maybe a welcome corridor sign there in La Costa coming into Encinitas on El Camino Real, as well as doing a survey of our residents and businesses to gauge the tourism support and need in our city. So in saying that, the next slides are showing you some of the ways we'd be doing that. This is a sneak peek at the website. I did put this in the portal of the public comments online, so you can click on that sneak peek and you can see the different areas of the website that we are highlighting. We also, back to the revenue, some of the revenue sources is from the website, where we would be selling ads and so forth, because it'll be an interactive website, and we will be keeping it updated and constantly current as far as stories and so forth for our for those going to the website. Okay, you can keep going. And then next slide. This is, we also are, I'm out of time already. But anyway, you can look at it all. There's all the different areas of ways that we were in the portal that you can see that we were implementing the monies.
Thank you.
All right. Hello again. It was nice meeting some of you socially. I forgot to mention that earlier. That people are out inside. It's interesting that in a year from now, we're only going to have $0.8 million in our budget. That was it, $132 million total. That's a very small percentage. That's tight. On page 16 of the staff presentation is 5-year plans. And I noticed a few things. First off, the staff noted, 62% of the funds come from property taxes, and they increased by, 6.3%. I think some of our funding for some of our projects should be increasing over time and not stay flat, to stay with inflation at a minimum. Now, on page 16, there's 2 items that really struck me. One was CD05E. That's the stormwater. There's no funding for this year. I was wondering why that is the case, especially since we just spent a lot of money, $1.6 million, I think, this year on emergency repairs. And then the other one was, earlier, a whole bunch of projects got basically removed from CIP. And funds got returned, and that's that happens in business. That happens. Projects get canceled. But here on this sheet, it shows CS25C. It shows 1 year of funding for 5 years. Why are we bothering if we're only going to put 1 year's worth of money into something? It just doesn't make sense. So I asked the council to kind of think about this stuff. Money's more expensive in the future. Projects are more expensive in the future, and we need to put more money and predict more money. We can't just expect $250,000 for wastewater. And I think it's been the last 10 years. It's been $250,000. What's the next emergency? There's a sinkhole marked on Jason Street. There's a sinkhole marked on Coast 11. How many more of these sinkholes are we going to find unexpectedly? We need to prepare and start spending more money and allocating more money. If we're making more revenue, we need to pour more money into these costs. It's pretty simple. It's simple business. We're not business. Somebody left their folder up here. That's all I got to say. Good luck on the budget. We're just going to pass. We have to do a budget. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tony Gurno. I'm lifelong resident of Encinitas. My birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks, so that'll put me at 38 years here in town. I also have quite a bit of extensive background on the subject of the native plant work in our city, not just on this ordinance, but all the way through Habitat Stewardship Program and beyond. I wanted to specifically thank Joy and Bruce for so much of the work that they've been continuing to do. Kelly knows how much I appreciate her contributions on this subject, but there's much work to be done, and it's actually quite exciting from my perspective that we're in earnest starting to engage in some of these big forward-looking ecological considerations, things like not only the native plant ordinance and habitat stewardship program, but also the mature tree preservation ordinance, which I've also been contributing to. So my own role on this stuff is that I used to be the director of horticulture at San Diego Botanic Garden before starting their science and conservation department and becoming the inaugural director of conservation there, and served on the city's Urban Forest Advisory Committee before having to step off of that committee in order to actually work alongside Chris Kalstrand as an arborist on behalf of the city. So I've done a lot and been involved with so much of this that personally I don't agree with an earlier comment about it being confusing or complicated, that so much of this exciting new stuff is being brought into these conversations currently and as we go forward. So mainly what I'm here to express is my heartfelt and expertly founded support for embellishment and continued development of native plant-focused programs within our city, whether those be educationally tailored or ecologically driven, alongside what Brad was already talking about. And I am happy to be part of a city that is looking in this direction. And as much as I have anything more to continue to contribute to these efforts, which I know will take a lot more work yet, I'm happy to do that. And I'm here to contribute whatever I can, and I appreciate all of the work coming from the people on the other side of this conversation as well. So thank you, and I hope that we get to see something really exciting and positive and get to own our own sense of place through this kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay. So as I sat here and thought about maybe, we could just work with what's been presented as the foundation and then work item by item if there's a request, so we don't necessarily need to vote on the fact that this reflects what we decided in April, but now as long as each individual proposed change is handled separately as a separate motion, then we can all vote our conscience on that particular issue, whatever that may be. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to do it either way that you've discussed. In regards to the list that we put together in April that I have up on my screen, maybe if we could go to page 6 of the staff presentation, everyone could reference the same list. It seems like a starting point. I'm still in favor of all of the items shown here. I have no comments or any changes to it. I'm not going to take the time to go into detail, mostly because we went into detail in order to get to this place. So, so it was called out in the staff presentation that there are 2 items for some that we already are aware of for discussion tonight. And one of them is the native plant ordinance that we were previously considering in April. That, reading the room, hearing all the comments, seeing how the vote went was very informative. We got a lot of good feedback. After that council working workshop, the subcommittee met, Councilmember Ehlers and I with staff, and we talk through where the opportunities were to move forward. We have a proposal for consideration that would have a price tag of $150,000, and it would be for a simplified native plant ordinance. The simplification comes out of the fact that when our city manager was asked, where's the cost, where's the $350,000 cost, what's expensive there? A lot of it had to do with the mapping and the field verification, those things that we had put in the first proposal. But when we want to try to simplify it, what we want to propose now is that we can move it forward without the complex mapping and without the complex field verification, because the city already has really good GIS. We already have really good maps. Our first really tangible, meaningful step to move a policy forward would cost $150,000, would include the scope of work for a consultant to be brought on board who's a natural resource expert, kind of a broad person with knowledge that can help our internal staff, are those of us internally who are really smart at writing codes and can inform the process of putting together a native plant ordinance for the city. So certainly I could go into some more detail about what that scope of work might be if there's some questions on it, but I would like to allow my subcommittee co-chair to say some words about that if that's appropriate at this time. Yeah.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, and that I thought you put it very well, that we're looking for a much simplified, doesn't require all the GIS mapping, but we really feel strongly, much like I think the public felt, that there needs to be somebody that helps staff from the natural resources. And this is not the natural resource manager in the operational phase. This is the consultant to help codify and write code that takes into account the understanding of the natural, the native plants and how they would work, or how they need to be cared for and how it's different. So I could see in the future, once we get this implemented, maybe in a future budget, in a future year, a native resource manager at that point once we operationalize it. But for now, we're talking about the process of writing the code. So yeah, I would, if that's a motion, I would second that for 150,000. I think is what you said correctly. Correct. Yeah. So I would second that.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Woohoo! I'm so excited about this proposal that you're bringing back to us again. And it really didn't sit right with me that we didn't take action on what your subcommittee had brought forward a couple weeks back, because really so much time and effort went into it. And to just leave it there without the funds to move it into the next phase was pretty devastating. And Councilmember Lyons, you spoke so eloquently about the value of green infrastructure. And in Brad's presentation, it's so evident, you know, once this stuff goes away, it's so hard to bring it back. And there's such a value in this community for our precious natural resources. And I really am grateful that you put your heads together and you came up with something that pleases you both, because it's really the right step for our city to take in recruiting additional funding from state grants and federal grants, and allowing us to actually protect what we've got. So I would be happy to support your motion.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I have a question first. So I believe at the last the workshop in April, we talked about taking the Planning Commission approach and trying to adopt that, right? And use that as a starting point. Tell me a little bit more, if you could, just why that idea is not a good idea. Because it sounds like you would want to, again, go forward with the ordinance and a consultant, et cetera.
Right. I think the difference between just moving the Planning Commission approach forward and breaking out the nuances of how we should address other areas of the community. I mean, so let me say it this way. That the Planning Commission approach is a one solution everywhere. just that one solution everywhere. What I think is in the best benefit, the best value for our habitats is to really focus on areas where there's more benefit to a more diverse habitat to help buffer some existing current habitats. So I don't want to say for sure where this is going to go because it's going to be a little bit iterative. But really the approach is defining where in town it makes the most sense to focus on natives. And those are areas where we can really look to see how we can develop incentives and this policy so that it's understood by everyone in advance. These are special areas, so that would be one specific plant palette. Other areas where it might not be as successful for natives, or for one reason or another, 100% natives would not be the right approach, and helping to identify where those exist too. So that's not a one solution everywhere. It's a little more nuanced across where our existing opportunities are.
That's really, really helpful. I think, I'll be just frank, I feel a bit torn about allocating that much more for this effort. We already had talked about that chart shows $150,000 to start demonstration gardens and education. I think that's good, and I certainly support it. And I do support moving forward on native plants. There's no question about it. The enthusiasm from the speakers alone is enough to influence me on that. But I think it's really important we do something. But I am a bit torn about the amount of money. And here's why. One, it reduces that 791, which is, I think, what you're proposing, right? It takes our emergency fund. Scott Campbell did point out we've needed emergency funds quite a bit in the last couple of years due to aging infrastructure. I also went back on that sheet where we tallied sort of each council member tallied how they wanted to allocate the money. And there were a couple things that got 2 votes, not just 1, but 2 votes that were pretty important, like some more drainage design, some more paving dollars, storm drain, additional storm drain repair money, things our engineering department asked us for. And I feel like we can't do those things. So that's why I'm torn, I'll be honest. I don't know that I can support going as high as another 150. I'm sorry, I know I can see the look on your face of disappointment, but it just feels like I would rather reserve a little more of the emergency fund. And I do feel like we kind of went, we couldn't address some of the things that are maybe, in my opinion, a bit more important. But with that, I still support the 150 we talked about in April, and maybe going a little higher, maybe to 250. I know it's rounding error maybe, but we're also going to talk about a fire station project, so that's where I stand.
Yeah, and I'm not able to support $150,000 for a consultant. It's just not something that I prioritize. I think that codifying the work that the Planning Commission has been doing, they've get developers to agree to the 50%. Whatever the percentage is, they're going to come back with an ordinance that looks at, I think, a variety of percentages, I would imagine. A developer doesn't put in the full yard, so the work that they are putting in is probably just a drop in the bucket of what's going to happen. So if we had it at 100%, the new homeowner is likely to put in something other than native, so it's going to end up at a lower percentage when all is said and done. But all of that, we had a solution that was proposed to allow staff to develop an ordinance based upon the work that the Planning Commission has been doing in the past. I had kind of hoped that what we would hear is a little bit along the lines of what Jesse Giesau proposed, which is more resources to the habitat restoration. Because I stood with her, we happened along at the Cottonwood Creek Park that Brad and Mark have been maintaining for 30 years, and we had a conversation about the landscape work that Excel, our contractor, had done, and her extreme disappointment. I'd also received an email from Mark Wisniewski expressing disappointment about what had happened. And so, the idea of spending money on actual restoration, we do have a consultant study that told us many areas in the city that need habitat restoration. We started with eastern Cottonwood Creek Park, and Tony was involved in that. And, you know, that was just the start. That list of areas that city-owned property that needs habitat restoration was quite long. So the idea of spending money on a consultant for an ordinance just is not something that I can support at this time. I thought we ended up in the right place last time, so I won't be able to support the motion. Councilmember Ehlers.
I want to take an attempt to explain the difference between, I think I'm sensing on one side, the two of you are implement what the Planning Commission is doing, and on the other side, we're saying, hey, there is knowledge that is very definitely not within the city that is absolutely mandatory in the crafting of a proper native plant ordinance. So I'll start on the Planning Commission side, which I probably have a lot of experience on. It's a very simple level of codification. Yeah, that would be trivial to codify what the Planning Commission policy or plan or whatever the practice is doing, and simply to make it 50% native plant by area. But nowhere is what a native plant is defined. That's part of what we need to do as part of this ordinance. Well, nobody within the city staff is really qualified necessarily to do that. And that's where we were thinking, hey, let's bring in that expert to help craft the ordinance properly so we have the right breadth. The Planning Commission practice only applies to certain subdivisions, only to very limited application. We are talking about that this should apply to new developments that require landscape, but also we want to have a structure that will apply to future open space easements and things like that. I see the need for that expert, whether we end up spending 150 or whether it's a little less than that. I don't know. You know, that's a pretty good amount of work. But there were two goals in setting aside some money. One goal was that part of the ordinance would come from the land use planning people that know our land use planning ordinances. That I want to be internal. I mean, because they know what we do, they know how it works. But I know what they don't know too, and I know because I've been working in that in planning for so long. And so the idea was $150,000 to do that. I will be supporting this but I don't know if we'll use 100% of that. I actually suspect we will, because I think as we get into the nuances, we kept finding more nuances and complexities that, oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. And so I don't want to allocate too little and then have to come back mid-year and go, oh, yeah, we need another 50,000. Maybe we need another 25,000. I think 150 was the right number. I thought 350 was too much. And so I'm not sure whether, Allison, you're saying that maybe 100 be enough, but right now I think the 150 is correct for this, and I think we have a motion and a second. So, and more speakers.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I did ask my question about codifying the Planning Commission approach. I was satisfied with what Joy said. So I'm not saying that we don't need a more sophisticated ordinance. I think we probably do. One idea is to put some seed money towards getting started, but you don't have to start at the beginning of the fiscal year. You can bump that towards later, and you can start with the demonstration gardens, education, and stagger it. So that's one approach. But yeah, I go back to what I said before. I think we drain our reserve a little too much. And I think that will come back to bite us. So that's where I get stuck.
Councilmember Lyons.
So I've heard the comments. I appreciate all the comments. I feel like we're going in the right direction. And so I'd like to call for the question.
All right. Well, first, I want to just say, once again, reiterate that I think that hiring a consultant at this point is a bit of an extravagance for this particular purpose. I would much rather be investing resources in the habitat restoration. So with that, we'll call the question.
Just want to make sure I have the motion correct, to allocate $150,000 for the development of a simplified native plant ordinance with a revised project scope.
Yes, but
Yes.
does that mean we're not going to codify the current practice of the Planning Commission?
That is not in the motion.
Pardon me?
That is not in the motion.
It's not in the motion, but it was in what we decided last time, and it was per the request of Bruce, so.
It was not, but that was the minutes.
Yeah,
It was not, but.
You should watch the video.
Well-
Are we giving staff direction to not codify what the Planning Commission's been doing?
I don't think we ever did give staff that direction.
We did.
Can we vote on this?
I think the question has been called. It's not
Right.
part of it.
So first we need to, it's not part of the ordinance, but it's part of what we did last time. So.
I would disagree, but I think we have a question on the table, and a call the question takes
Well, I
priority
appreciate you
over discussion
calling
at
the
that point.
question, But actually, we need to be clear on this.
I'll ask the parliamentarian, if a
Normally
question
what we
is
would do-
called, is
Yeah,
it
no,
not?
No, we'd have to vote on whether to call the question or not. But it's a matter of clarification.
I made the motion.
Right,
The motion does not
And we're just trying to
include,
clarify what we have on the table. What ordinance are we doing?
as the maker of the motion,
Right?
the ordinance is, the motion is for $150,000 for a consultant who's a natural resource specialist to work with our staff to develop a native plant ordinance.
And that could include what they're doing in practice with the requirement for 50% for new development.
I don't know that it's specific to include it or exclude it.
Yeah, I think this is just the budget question.
Right, and so we will call the question. Councilmember Hensy.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I agree that we, in a discussion about the minutes, that we didn't mean to give staff the direction to codify Planning Commission's practice. And I think that why we want to avoid doing that is because there are situations where we want to see more than 50%, but then there are probably other situations where 50% would be a reach. So I'm voting on this motion, leaving the room for nuance that an expert could develop it better than we can just by saying we're codifying a practice.
Okay.
Did you want me to add with the use of a consultant into the motion? Okay, so the motion, just so everyone's clear, to allocate $150,000 for the development of a simplified native plant ordinance with revised project scope and the use of a consultant.
Yes.
I agree for the second.
Motion carries with Blackwell and Crayons voting no.
Okay, so the other additional item has to do with the search for an appropriate location for Station 6 in Liebenhain. And the proposal is for an additional $50,000 to be added to the budget for that purpose. And I would move approval of that item. Councilmember Ehlers.
Oh, yeah, I just want to understand, $50,000 towards appraisals, or what type of services are you envisioning for that?
Well, I'll let the city manager speak to it. I think it's Cosmont, and it would be to use our experts, our fire chief and fire services, and other land use experts to maybe request proposals, maybe explore opportunities, and identify parcels that may be ideal for that purpose. Does that summarize it?
Yes, at the last meeting, you indicated an interest in using the balance of the Cosmont contract for L7, and we did check in that those funds are committed for that project and some of the revised scope for that. And so we did have a conversation. The $50,000 is a bit of a swipe to sit down and just start the process of looking at what might be needed for a fire station, as well as to begin looking at possible public-private partnerships, as well as looking at availability of different properties that could be used. It is likely that as we go through this process, we may, but this is a good start. I don't see us needing more than that for this start.
Thank you. Councilmember Hinsey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm supportive of this effort, but I don't know that this is the right place to approve this funding, because with most of the other requests for funding that came to us as part of this budget, there's been some legwork in inviting in the community and soliciting some suggestions, and in the case of the most recent vote, over a year of effort by a subcommittee of council members that are making a recommendation. So I'm hesitant to approve $50,000 now for a consultant to go and do the work, only to have it come back to us and the community to feel left out of that. So I'm just wondering if we can't start with a subcommittee or an item that we have for the public to say, here are our suggestions and this is what we would like to be part of the scope when we actually do go out to get a consultant.
I think I hear what you're saying. I believe this process was intended to include the public. And we have a fire chief and his team that are expert at this, identifying where an appropriate location would be. So the idea was to provide them with some expertise in how to address the needs of the fire service if they end up with fully crewed apparatus, if they end up with a fire engine which currently wouldn't fit in our Station 6. There are some constraints, and so it essentially would kick off the process of exploring, addressing the needs of the Station 6. And I see our Fire Chief Gordon is here, and I don't know if you have any comments that you'd like to add.
Yeah, I think I would just add that, over the last 5 years, working with the evacuation plan, Leave Behind Fire Safe Council, the town council, and being in the community a lot, this was a priority for them. I know there's been a lot of talk about, what location we could choose, and if this was a long-term solution for the Station 6 property that it is now, where we have a rental agreement for that property. So at the moment, we don't have a piece of property that we could move Station 6 to. It was identified in the infrastructure task force as being a priority at some point. And so I think this is just that next step to move us in the direction, I think, for the community and Leave Behind, and then for us to find a future solution to the problems that we have right now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
So a little bit more, Chief Gordon, if you could, on what you see a $50,000 budget being used for. I see it in my head more from the perspective of, we already know what land is owned. We know what land we have. I mean, you kind of reiterated that. We already know what's out there. So it's not like it's going to take that much effort for us to capture that and make it kind of a public somehow capture that. Really, what's important is to have the dialogue with the community and to really vet, really openly. Let's look at this and capture where we're at and where we need to be. But so that's how I'm seeing it. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts that are a little bit more than what you said about that public outreach and how it's part of this proposal.
Yeah, I think the amount of public outreach that we've had in other projects with the fire safe councils, the town councils, the people that have shown up to different Firewise community events and other events that we've had out there it's been overwhelmingly that they would like their own fire station. Even with the Public Health and Safety Commission, we've had some speakers speak to it. So I'm not saying that we don't need to do public outreach. I think that is still a viable option, and we should do that. But there has been a lot of communication back to me through the community that has been very positive about trying to find a new fire station location. With that, I think with the amount of information that we've gotten through all these community events and public outreach for the evacuation plan and for meeting with Fire Safe Council and helping with their FireWise community. And, that has always been on their mind about having a Type 1 fire engine with 3 personnel. And at the moment, the location we have now cannot house that. So to be able to look for that future plot of land would be important.
Okay.
I know we talk about, what is this $50,000 and a consultant going to do? We have identified a lot of areas that we think that a fire station could be. We've talked about county land. We've talked about parks that we own. The fact is that there's a lot of floodplains and different areas that we don't have all the expertise in the fire department side. So we just need someone to help point us in a direction to say this is a viable piece of property that we can use. Does the county want to come in and assist with that? So there's a lot of questions that we want answered at the same time.
Oh, I see. Thank you. When you brought up the county and the questions around that, I understand that. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Ehlers.
So I think I'm going to go down that same path, and I'm in 100% support of figuring out how to get a fire station out there with a Type 1, and I really appreciated the Public Health and Safety Commission's letter that we got in support of that, and explaining the difference between the current fire truck we have out there and a Type 1 engine that would have much more hose, and the difficulty of there aren't as many hydrants out there. So, and I think you're getting closer to the answer I was asking about the $50,000 budget. So what I'm envisioning is that would provide some land use expertise on what would it take to convert this floodplain, or what mitigation would you have to do, and you have to do some trade-offs with if you're working out near a floodplain, in a floodplain, is that you're looking for that expertise funding that?
I would hope that would be in there. I'm not a COSMOT expert. I don't know exactly what they bring to the table. That's why I would.
Is COSMOT the use for this money, or is it not?
So COSMOT has done quite a bit of work, and they're very familiar. This would be, the first piece of this would be a management contract, which does allow us at this price range to hire somebody of our choosing. There might be other components down the road that we would do an RFP, et cetera. The outreach to the public absolutely will need to happen. Whether or not it can occur with just $50,000, I'm not sure. But I do think that there is a need to blend together not only real estate expertise, but also fire stations. We haven't built one in a really long time. A modern fire station, I need to blend not only a resource like COSMOT, but also fire expertise on what kinds of space that they need. And everything's changed, obviously, in the last 25 years in terms of what is needed at a new fire station. And as I've indicated to staff, this may be the one and only time in their entire career that they'll build a building. And if they do build a new building, there's a lot of opportunities. Is there something that we can do with CAL FIRE? Is there something we can do with the county? Is there something, should we add a community room? Would that be more appealing for a public-private partnership? These were just some of the suggestions in just having a brief discussion with COSMOT. And I will say I did attend the Levenheim Town Council meeting with the city engineer and the fire chief, and it was reiterated again that they, the thought was that at least if we could have some outreach. I will add to that that several sites were suggested, and none of them could agree on which one. So, I mean, there definitely needs to be some public outreach, but to get something going in terms of being able to discuss it, it's a multi-year project.
Yeah. So the outcome of this is obviously not a design and not a it's a research set of choices of what could be. The only thing I didn't hear you throw out there is like, if we're going to build something out in the middle of Levenheim, it's going to have to be fireproof. I mean, shelter in place, I guess, is the best way to put it.
And just to add to that, Councilmember Ehlers, the best location may not be a piece of property that's available. Sometimes when you go through this endeavor, what you find out is that you have limited choices, and those choices determine some of the other things that happen with it.
So part of the money could be used for response time analysis in order to figure out what the difference between the current rented location is if we were to acquire it versus where the original location had been but it's now houses. So
We have
that type of
data
stuff.
analysts at Northcom that can do that for us as well.
Since it's 50,000, not 500,000, I'll second it.
Yeah, it's 50,000, and it's to kick off the conversation, right?
Yeah.
We got to kind of hone in on, okay, well, where is the right location? And then, is it private property we're going to acquire? Is it, can we do it at the park? There's a whole bunch of questions associated with this that I think 50,000 gets us a good start. And there's no question it's going to take a significant amount more money, not only to identify the appropriate place, but also to acquire it. If there's acquisition that's required, and then you get into design, right? So a lot of really important questions, but I do see this as the important first step. And so...
Can I make a friendly amendment to it also?
Yeah, sure.
Could we include the Type 1 truck as part of this? It almost has to be. You're not going to build a fire station and not put a Type 1 truck out there.
And, maybe this is a location where we build enough for a box for another ambulance,
Oh, yeah.
So that we have response times that are a little bit better. There's a whole bunch of conversation to be had about this. The Fire Safe Council has been very active, and I'm sure they're going to be engaged in this. And so I look forward to kicking this off. And I trust the city manager will use the $50,000 wisely, but I don't think that she's, I do expect her to come back with an additional request, and then we'll have to analyze what's next from there.
So the motion is to allocate $50,000 to Fire Station 6 assistance to identify permanent location.
Correct.
Include in that the fire station and the equipment like a Type 1 truck.
Yeah.
And crew.
Appropriate equipment, I think, is probably a better way to put it.
The reason because of our commission, Public Health and Safety Commission, wrote us a letter about a Type 1 truck with the additional hose reach. That's why I included that one. At least a Type 1 truck.
Well, I'm not. That's fine. We can include that language. I just think saying the appropriate equipment. We got experts that are going to tell us exactly what that is. They're going to tell us exactly what size structure we need. We're going to get into some firefighting details. I know Chief Gordon will make sure of that. Yeah, I said captain, but that's the captain over there. Two of them, in
Captains.
fact.
No.
So is it a type? No.
Okay, Kathy?
So I have to identify permanent location and appropriate equipment. Did you want type?
We'll go
1?
with Type 1 engine. That's fine.
So appropriate
Appropriate.
equipment including type 1?
Yeah, appropriate, including Type 1. Yeah, there you go. How's that for compromise? I just want the Public Health and Safety Commission to know that we read their memos.
We did, yes. Mm-hmm.
And motion carries with Hinsey voting no.
Okay, I have a question about the amount of money that's sitting in the bucket for the Hygeia Roundabout. I know we have, I think it's $880,000 from the federal government for it.
$850.
$850, okay. And there are some city resources also set aside.
Yeah, I see my friends in financing looking through
They're
pages.
diving in.
I believe it's around $2 million that we had on hand before the 850 is my recollection, but we'll see if they come up with a real number in a short order. It might be under L for Leucadia. So around 2.8 million is our estimate.
Pardon me?
Around 2.8 million is our estimate. We've got mitigation
Okay.
fees in there in addition to general
So
fund.
that I think is fine for this conversation. I would move that we direct staff to bring back either as part of the agenda item for adoption of the budget or outside of that process, the reallocation of that 2.8 million to the stormwater pipe project. It breaks my heart to say that because I live on Hygeia. I got involved in city government as an advocate for the roundabouts, the 3 roundabouts on Leucadia Boulevard. But it's hard for me to justify having that money sit there when we have the opportunity to put in more stormwater facilities. So I would move that we have that brought back, reallocated, and have the opportunity for the public to discuss that. That's kind of a bit of a surprise. So whether we need an agenda item specifically like we had tonight on consent, I would rather it would not be on consent, but.
Yeah, it'll need to come back because I'm not clear that all of the dollars in there are general fund dollars. So we'll bring back what is eligible to come back and what other things. And then that also, I believe we've already checked that the 850 from the congressman is a give back to the congressman, or I'm not sure what.
No, I'm not saying never do it. I'm saying that at this point.
Leave the congressional appropriation. Gotcha.
And what I might suggest is looking at the walking path on the south side of Leucadia Boulevard between essentially Hygeia and Hymettus was an add-on that increased the cost of the project. Maybe the federal dollars could go to constructing that, and we would have pedestrian facilities on both sides of Leucadia Boulevard, yet still have the all-way stop at Hygeia and Leucadia Boulevard. So, maybe that could be the information that comes back. Councilmember Lyons.
Let me get some clarification, if I could, Mayor. Were you making that as a motion to bring forward in the future an agenda item to talk about the reallocation?
Yeah, essentially to do what we did earlier to fund the construction of the pipe to Grandview, and I would take this money and allocate it for construction of the third leg of that pipe from Grandview to Jupiter.
Can I get some clarification? It's not so much something we're talking about as far as our budget right here in front of us. It is more a specific item associated with the money that's allocated for Hygeia Roundabout, reallocating it to another purpose.
Technically, you're right. It is budget related, and whether there would need to be a budget allocation, that we need to find budget to finish off, because the amount that is required for what is proposed is 3.342 million. And so if they've got 2.8, how are we going to come up with the additional 5 in our budget that we adopt in June?
I'll second that. That wasn't why I had my hand up, though, so I maybe hope I could also speak after.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Ehlers, did you want to speak to this issue, or?
I know it's painful, but I think it's a great idea, and because we need that money immediately. Yep. And I'll support in the future getting back and getting the Hygeia Roundabout back on there. But I appreciate the sacrifice.
And if you become mayor, I'm going to hold you to that.
Absolutely, I said it here. It's a difficult trade-off, but it's an urgent trade-off, and I think anything we can do to get that 101 pipe buried it makes sense. So. Thank you. I did have. Can I just take a quick similar type? It's actually not. I'm not reallocating anything, but I think it's a finance question that might help me understand something. We had transferred $2 million into fire equipment, and we now have, I think, if I look at I think it was page 23. They're like 4-point-something million in fire equipment. I'm not saying reallocate. My question is, we usually do a lease revenue bond on that, and so we've got the capital sitting there. What happens? Do we restore whatever we spend and finance through lease revenue? Would that put that money back in the general fund?
Yeah, typically we do look at either a purchase or a lease revenue bond when we're financing fire apparatus. And at that point, I understand that the wait times now for ordering units are about 3 years out in the future. So, but we do look at that, and there is the option of transferring back to the general fund for other priorities. But we usually factor that in a long-term plan and hold on to some of that money because there is the down payments and whatnot that we make.
But the 4.5 million in that fund right now is sitting there, and if we as we move forward and we approve, assuming we approve 1 or 2 Type 1 trucks, replacement truck, and electric engine. That money would, after whatever the lead time is, and hopefully lead times will get a little shorter, but they're probably still a year. But at that point, when we actually take possession of the asset, we do a lease revenue bond, and then the proceeds from the lease revenue bond then go back into that fund. But they should, you would think, since we've taken it on as an obligation, our general revenue, we should then take that how much ever we lease revenue bonded and put that back in the general fund. My point being that some of these monies sitting out there will come back into the general fund and could come back to the general fund in a big way.
Yeah, that's a real valuation that could occur in the future, depending on the options.
I mean, that's why we've got reserve funds. We've got the operating reserve fund. We have the I forget what the name of the other one is, the $2.2 million. And then we've been operating year to year with, I like to call it the general fund float, but there's no policy requirement we have that. So right now we're at, well, we started the night at 790,000 of unassigned general fund, and now we're down to 591,000 of unassigned general fund. But there's no reason that we couldn't go down to close to zero. We just don't want to go negative on that.
Yeah, that just limits your options if unforeseen circumstances arise, emergencies and whatnot.
But if we took the case of Surfers Point, we actually funded that out of reserves, knowing that we would do a lease revenue and get it back. And so there's a good example. That's why having such good reserves and healthy reserves like we operate under, we have that margin, we can do that. And the $2 million typically, or the 791,000 we started the night with, is nice, but not an absolute necessity, especially when we're trying to get things done like 60-inch pipe buried before we put the road in on top. So, okay, thanks.
I know we're going electric vehicles. The way I think of that unassigned fund balance is if you're filling up your tank of gas or you're driving, are you the person that likes to fill up when you're at a quarter tank, or do you wait for the light to come on? And now it just gives you that flexibility as things come up where you're not scrambling as much.
And I would point out we have 5 projects going out to construction bid over the next couple months, and if anything comes in over our estimate, then that's the pot of money that we tap into to make sure that we can award the projects.
Okay, so
Can I repeat the motion so I know it's correct? Direct staff to bring back an agenda item regarding the reallocation of Hygeia Roundabout funding to the construction of the pipe from Grandview to Jupiter?
correct.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I wanted to take this opportunity to propose, maybe for the benefit of some people in the audience who might be waiting, that we approve the list on page 6 of the proposed budget funding items from our prior meeting. I just simply want to put that forward as a motion at this time.
I think we had already agreed on that as part of our initial conversation.
Should we make a motion?
No, I don't find it to be necessary.
Maybe we can just tell them that your item is included and you can go home now.
Yes, but you got to come to the next meeting in June to be sure.
So that's good for me to get clarification that we did take official action on that
Yeah, we did last time.
Cool.
today. Okay.
I think we did it as
Okay.
kind of a lumped vote, or, you know, in other words, that's why I think you went with the clarification this time to do it one by one, because it was a little confusing, but not completely. We had to tally who was for, how many were for each time. That's why I found this handout very useful, as this is from last time, right? And it showed. So.
Maybe I get clarification from our city attorney, but I was under the understanding that we needed to take action at a regular meeting and not at a special meeting when it comes to budget.
That is correct.
So do we need a motion?
I would recommend that you do.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
What's with the recommendation?
I'd recommend they make a motion.
Didn't we adopt this last time?
It was direction last.
That was direction. It wasn't the actual budget meeting itself. It was the study session.
Okay.
Good catch.
So that's just to approve slide 6.
Approve the list of projects and funds on page 6 of staff presentation.
Mayor Kranz? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'd like to follow up by presenting something that I think we might have touched on before, but I see that we have 591,000 and some change. And I hear that some people might be interested in saving some of that as a reserve, although I don't remember that that was a focus in the past, but I'm certainly open to honoring that. There are a few funds that typically move forward every year, their annual funds. This year we approached it a little bit differently. I'm going to look at our city manager and make sure I've got this right. This year we did not move them forward automatically, and they're not included in this list, and we haven't included them yet. And it's my understanding that it includes 3 items that we've typically funded every year. One of them is the annual traffic calming and in the past that was for $75,000. The innovative bike lanes, and in the past that was for $25,000. And then the annual drainage repair, which in the past was $250,000. Those look like buckets that have been important for our use in prior years, which we aren't yet identifying as being funded in our next fiscal year. And so I would like to gauge the interest, if there's any interest shared by others, for funding of these items.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and in fact, you beat me to the punch. I was especially interested in the annual drainage, because I think that's something we've talked about at length, that our corrugated metal pipes are failing, and the cost to repair them, reline them, you can't reline them if they fail too much. And the more we get done now, I would love to add more money to this. I just don't know that we have room in the budget yet to go. Last year, I think was the first year we went up to 500,000. So historically, we were 250,000. Last year, we doubled it. And then, given the amount of money we have left, I would go recommend the 250. I think traffic calming is something that comes up from the public all the time. We can't predict today what in 5 months, 6 months, 9 months, we might get requests. So I would be supportive of the 75. And the innovative bike lanes that's a pretty small number, and I think similar type of argument. So I would support all 3 if you made that as a motion.
Okay, I will.
I would second.
All right. That is a motion.
If you, okay.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yeah, just a question for staff. So I hear what you're saying in that a lot of the projects that we're about to send out to bid cover these general goals that we have year after year, which is why I haven't fought for them to remain as buckets that we pull from, because I think we're doing that with the projects that we have moved forward. So say, for example, we get a request from the Eolus folks for traffic calming, and would the response that they get from our staff be, I'm sorry, we don't have any general funding for your request at this time, so come back next year?
So we'll have less. We still have the general mobility, 300,000, and then the 200,000 for safe routes to school. So we'll still be able to do some of the responsive, requests for not sidewalks, but for crosswalks and RRFBs and things like that. But we'll have less capacity to do those kinds of neighborhood requests that we usually get.
Okay. So as far as these three that have been highlighted by my colleague go, what would be your recommendation? Is it, now we're having to decide the reserves or refunding these things? What do you recommend, Jill?
From an engineering
City manager.
Oh, sorry.
So the city engineer made her recommendations at the budget workshop, and they are highlighted. But I would ask that you converse amongst yourselves to determine what it is that you want to do at this point, because you're really asking her to fund something that takes the balance down, and I'm not sure that's really for you all to decide.
Okay, got it. Thank
you.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely supportive of all three, but I do know that we're stretching to get a lot done in this next year. I think the one that we probably, if it's coming from the city engineer and we know that this is something we want to stay on top of, the annual storm drain repair for the 250 is probably the most consequential decision that we'd make tonight, that is harder to come back to us in smaller asks for the future. So I support that, but I'm not supporting the other parts. I just want to hear what my colleagues have to say. Like, I do expect a lot of these bids we're sending out are going to come in higher than we think right now.
I thought we got it right the last time. And while I see all of these items on the whole list, not just the ones that are bolded as being very important, I'm comfortable with what we decided at our last meeting. And so I won't be supporting adding any of these other items to the budget recommendation. So, but we have a motion and a second, so we're going to vote on it.
I'm just going to repeat that. That's to allocate $250,000 to the annual storm drain repair, $75,000 traffic safety and calming, and $25,000 in innovative bike lanes.
Correct.
And motion fails with Hinsey, Blackwell, and Cransford being no.
Okay. Thank you all for your input. And with that, we will move on to item 10B, which is the license plate reader. Hopefully, we've solved the technological issues.
Everything?
Captain Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, community. Round two. Here we go. So again, Christopher Lawrence, Captain of the Sheriff's Major Crime Division. Appreciate your time this evening to come before you with Phase 2 of the ALPR program that we were proposed for the city to adopt to help us with our public safety efforts. So I'll jump right in. Some of this will seem familiar. I wanted to reiterate for anyone watching for the first time, license plate recognition cameras, also known as LPRs, are high-speed, computer-controlled camera systems. They contain optical character recognition technology to read license plates. We have gone with the Flock safety vendor. So their license plate reader cameras can not only read metal plates, but also paper plates, as well as their proprietary fingerprint technology, where we're able to identify vehicles by make, model, color, and other items on the vehicle that would make it unique, such as a bumper sticker, even vehicle damage, things of those nature. LPRs communicate with law enforcement databases to help with investigations, and they also provide live alerts, real-time alerts to our end users. We will be utilizing Flock Falcon 2 cameras. Pictured on the left is what a read looks like for an investigator. We have blurred the license plate of this to keep the owner of the vehicle anonymous. But these cameras can cover 2 lanes of traffic at once, a 65-foot range depending on the level of elevation. They're proficient to capturing images up to 70 miles an hour. They operate in all weather conditions, provide real-time alerting, and they are solar powered. So they do not need to be tapped into a power source via the city's infrastructure. They're completely autonomous and operate on their own with a battery pack. And even in inclement weather, they can last 4 to 5 days. Through the 9 months that we've had them up in the North Coastal region, we've never had a camera fail due to weather or lack of sunlight. As you can see from the picture again on the left, besides the vehicle itself, the only other data that is collected is date, time, the location, direction of travel, and again, the license plate that you cannot see. The purpose of LPR cameras is to enhance public safety and agency collaboration, and that's law enforcement agencies. They're a force multiplier for law enforcement. At a time when it's difficult to hire and law enforcement is expensive, this is relatively a low-cost solution to make our investigations and public safety responses more efficient. They detect wanted vehicles and provide deputies with real-time alerts. So as much as we focus on crime, they also assist greatly with missing persons cases, whether it's adults that are missing, elderly people that are perhaps dependents and are missing at risk, or children that have been abducted or are missing as well. They also help with identifying those type of vehicles. And as you'll see in a future slide, they have increased our detective case closure rates a little bit more than we were hoping for, and we hope that continues. So phase 2 would be the request of 17 additional license plate reader cameras, and all the locations are daylighted there with the proposal. This is their general location. It may move here or there a little bit depending on available infrastructure and how well the panels on each camera, the solar panels, can face south proficiently to get the most daylight possible. To quickly read through each one, eastbound Manchester Avenue at Via Pico, or Poco, excuse me. Westbound Manchester Avenue and McKinnon Ranch. Northbound Encinitas Boulevard at Rancho Santa Fe Road. Eastbound, westbound, and southbound at that same intersection. Eastbound, or Encinitas Boulevard at Rancho Santa Fe Road, excuse me. Southbound at North Coast Highway 101 in La Costa. Westbound at Birmingham Drive in the I-5. Also eastbound at that same location. West and eastbound at Santa Fe and the I-5. Eastbound and westbound at the Leucadia Boulevard and I-5, and a little bit further westbound at Hymettus Avenue due to some infrastructure issues. Eastbound at La Costa and the 101. Eastbound at Piraeus and Normandy. Westbound at Leucadia Boulevard and North El Camino Real, as well as southbound. Phase 2's cost is $51,000 for the first year for the cameras. That is an additional one-time installation fee for each of those cameras, $150 per camera at $25.50, for a total cost of $53,550 for phase 2 for the first year. And subsequent years, adding in phase 1, it would be $72,000 in perpetuity annually. So some of the phase 1 statistics. We started with 7 cameras here in Encinitas as a pilot program. We're able to achieve a 5% increase in our case closure rates with detectives. That's hundreds of cases, just over 200, which is quite impressive. 5% may seem like a small number, but that is much more efficiency than we were hoping for. That's a lot of additional cases closed. And as you can see from the bullet points below, That's just a sampling of some of the cases and arrests that we were able to make related directly to these cameras. We were able to capture a carjacking suspect, several assault with a deadly weapon suspects. We were able to solve a storage burglary series. It's helped out with the South American Theft Group series. It's greatly helped out with organized retail crime, which is being along the 5 corridor. We fall victim to this often from our Orange County and LA County individuals that come down and plague us. They've helped out with domestic violence cases, several missing person cases, a felony hit and run case, and various other commercial burglaries. We did a study in 2022 related to how many people were arrested for committing crimes in Encinitas that did not live here, and that total was 41%. So we updated that study for 2023, and it increased even more. 56% of the people committing crimes in Encinitas that were arrested don't live here. So it, again, solidifies the reason why these LPRs help us abundantly is when we place them at ingress and egress points within the city, we're capturing those that are coming in and out to commit crimes here that don't necessarily live here. And that's where it's been most helpful. To reiterate, LPR use in the region, all the agencies listed on the left are already using ALPRs. Carlsbad has over 124 there, to be specific, that you see. They use a different system, but they still communicate and share that data with us. Chula Vista recently signed on with Flock. They'll have approximately 150 cameras. The city of San Diego also recently signed on with Flock as well. They'll have 500 to start and potentially an additional 500 in years to follow. So they'll have about 1,000 cameras in the city helping them combat crime. We will also have access to that data to assist with our investigations as it relates to people that come into Encinitas that don't commit crime or that don't live here and are committing crimes. It helps us track them to the areas that they actually live. And one of the biggest concerns that always comes up is data sharing and privacy. The Sheriff's Department is SB 34 compliant. This is a component of SB 34 is having a public forum where this information is available to the public and it's daylighted, including the location of the cameras. We have a very robust policy and procedure outlining who can use it on the department, why they can use it, how it's retained, who it can be shared with, who it can't be shared with, more importantly, and the investigative process for if it's found to be misused and disciplinary. Currently, the sheriff has decided not to share our Flock LPR data with any other agency. That may change in the future, but right now it's very protected with just sheriff investigators and deputies only. That may change in the future, like I mentioned, but it can only be shared with California law enforcement. So either other local agencies, as you saw in slides earlier, so other cities, municipalities within the county, or state agencies. It cannot be shared with federal agencies, even if we wanted to, and that's based on the California Values Act. It can't be used for immigration purposes. It can't be used for out-of-state abortion investigations that have been a problem for other states. So the data is very protected. Other than our warnings from CLETS, which is the California Law Enforcement Telecommunication System, Flock communicates with CLETS for stolen vehicle alerts, as well as the public safety alerts related to missing and abducted people or children. It does not communicate with CLETS for PII, or personal identifying information. So when the camera is scanning your vehicle, it is not able to pull who owns the vehicle, who's in the vehicle, where the vehicle belongs. That is up to the investigators to figure out after the fact. It is merely the photo and the data that you saw on the previous slide. We also conduct audits, which is in a part of our policy 6.130 by our CLETS administrator. And those are done at a minimum yearly. And one of the most important pieces for peace of mind, this data is only kept for 30 days if it's not related to an investigation. If it is related to an investigation, our detectives can go into the system and pull the PDF document that is essentially only the data that you saw. But if it is not used after 30 days, it's gone. And unfortunately, it's not available anymore. We've had some cases come up where we've needed that data, but it's gone. So it's becoming more incumbent, and our investigators are used to it now, that they've got to dive in immediately if they think LPR data is going to make or break their case, and they need to grab it right away. So, and with that, I am available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I think that I'm comfortable supporting this tonight because we have the evidence that it works, and I'm comfortable with a lot of the data sharing protections that you numbered. I'll move approval of the item. I do have a couple questions regarding the locations, and I think you answered one of them, but it seemed like our previous approach for placement of the cameras was like we would get a whole intersection, or we would get on and off every on-ramp in the freeway. Maybe the Hymettus one is on Leucadia Boulevard. It sounds like it just couldn't be placed any closer to the on-ramp of the freeway on the westbound, I guess it would be southbound side, but that's just because of a infrastructure issue.
That's a great question, and you're absolutely correct. It is an infrastructure for city-owned assets.
Got it.
We can't use Caltrans. We can't use SDG&E, which many of your light poles within the city are SDG&E owned. So we have to look for city-owned infrastructure so that we don't have to deal with the MOUs that we know are going to get denied.
Yeah, I see. So it seems like a little less effective when there's a street, somebody could exit the freeway and then slip off, off Orpheus or something. So are we making an effort to collaborate with those agencies and to be able to fully protect these intersections off the freeways?
We are, also with the assistance of Flock. So as Flock becomes more dominant in California as a company that many agencies are going to, it's only a matter of time before some of those big agencies like Caltrans and SDG&E allow us to use their infrastructure. One of the great things about these cameras is, again, they're not tied into power infrastructure. They're not welded down. They're not bolted down in the sense that when the time comes for them to be moved, we can easily do that to make them more proficient with the areas that they're scanning.
I see. So the locations that have been included in this round are, there might be an opportunity to secure these intersections even better, but this is our best opportunity at this time with the funding we have.
Currently, these are best value locations for a return on investment.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
I would second that motion and call on Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and I think the 7 were a pilot unit, or were pilot units, right? So a total of 24 if we add these. Where was I going with that? The system at build-out, you said Carlsbad has 124. They're double our size, man, maybe even bigger land mass-wise. I mean, bigger than double. Is this system build out, or do you think there's probably another doubling where we get up to almost 50 units to be on par with the coverage that Carlsbad has, as an example?
It's possible. I want to be cautious with not only taxpayer money, but if we take away from these best value locations with putting more where it's unnecessary, we lose our return on investment. So we are looking for, now that Captain Watts has taken over, where we're going to get our best value. So if we do have to come later with a phase 3 because we notice that there's some holes and the funding is available, then we'll make sure that we're prudent, not asking for too much, but just enough.
Okay.
However, with phase 2, I think we're going to capture a lot of what we're currently missing, and the efficiency is just going to go through the roof, is my expectation.
And I noticed Carlsbad obviously is nicely provisioned. Do we know if, I didn't see unincorporated or San Diego County on your list, Rancho Santa Fe and Del Dios, does it occur, any of that, any flock cameras up there?
I am working with the sheriff and the board of supervisors to get these cameras in the unincorporated areas.
Okay.
It's probably premature for me to say what part of the process I am in that, but we're definitely working on that to have Rancho Santa Fe as well as some of the East County unincorporated communities covered.
So in a way, we're lucky that we're surrounded on two sides by lagoons, one side by an ocean, and a handful of roads that go through them, right?
Some natural moats.
Yeah, so cool. I'll be supporting this too, so thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yes, I had that same question, just if we needed more, and would there be a phase 3? So you've answered that, but I just wanted to, actually, a quote. I'm very impressed by the success rate of the pilot, so I definitely support adding these 17. I think the locations look good, and I'm supportive if you need to come back, if there's gaps that you discover. I also think I really appreciated that you went into the data privacy and sharing of data. I think that often triggers people to say, they're going to collect stuff on me and store it. And there was a good quote in the public comments, though, and I'll end with that, which said, "Surveillance scares criminals, not honest people." I thought that was a very good quote. So I think the way they're being used is very appropriate, and I support it.
Yes, I think the key is the privacy. I think the other issue is that these cameras are being installed in public places. So when you're operating in public, this is one of the things that is part of the technology that is keeping the public safe much more effective. So I appreciate that. Same could be said for speed cameras that are used in both red light runners and speeding. I know that's something that's being piloted around the state, but I'm a believer in using technology to keep people safe, and in this instance, it's proven to be a helpful tool. While it only said 5%, freeing up investigators for other tasks is important. I'm assuming that the investigators that we have out at the coastal substation they have a list of things that they need to be doing. So to be able to close cases with this technology and move on to the next investigation, I think is very important. So I thank you for the work that you're doing, and I encourage you to work with the County Board of Supervisors, and I'm particularly appreciative of the ability to start using this technology a little bit more. So we have a motion and a second, which we can take a vote on now.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thanks for waiting. Sorry that.
Thank you for your support and bearing with me.
Yep. Now we're moving on to item number 11, which is a presentation of new ways to interact with the city online. And we have our IT director, Jessica Contreras, here. And it looks like maybe the captain is here too. Oh, wait a minute, it's the chief. I did that on purpose. I didn't make the same mistake twice.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Jessica Contreras, the IT Director for the city, and joining me tonight is Fire Chief Gordon. As you've seen, technology is now foundational and instrumental to providing public service. Tonight, we're here to spotlight some new technology that's been implemented in the city, both to provide the public with more efficient services, but also to enhance public safety across all areas. Technology can answer questions. For example, you're riding your bike, walking along around town, or driving, and you see a city project and wonder, what is happening? You can now visit the Work Across the City app either through the My Encinitas application or online to answer these questions. This application was designed to provide within a 2-week window information on current city construction activities throughout the city. This includes things on the beach. It includes things in the public right-of-way and in the parks. Some projects are longer term and require multiple phases to complete. For this reason, we created detailed project pages, which are kept up to date that people can visit. They're also linked to the Work Across the City app, providing information such as a project history. How did this project begin? When was it initiated? What changes have taken place? What is the budget? What are the milestones? And what activities can I expect to occur in my neighborhood? In some instances as well, you can sign up for alerts for specific projects to be notified on the things that you're most interested in. Encinitas is a wonderful place to live. For this reason, many people are looking for affordable housing to be able to live here. We developed an affordable housing application, again, that's available both online through the web and through the My Encinitas application, which provides a detailed look at both future and existing affordable housing locations, along with contact information for the property managers of those locations, so people can find out that are interested in those units how to get in. Technology also allows processes to be more efficient, both for city staff and for the public. Recently, we implemented an automated permit plan check process for solar permits. This is integrated directly with our customer self-service portal. It saves time and resources by doing automated work that now technology today can support. Technology can also help you plan a wonderfully safe day at the beach. Again, through our My Encinitas application and through the web, you can visit our Safe Beach Day app. This has been a multi-year project to get implemented. The lifeguards are now maintaining information on what towers are open, so you know where you're going has marine safety staff available right there for you. Similarly, there's wave strength information, so if you want to go where the waves are smaller, you know where to go. Stingray hazard information is also being kept up to date there, as well as information on UV index. So if you need to know if you need to bring a SPF 30 or SPF 50 sunscreen, visit the Safe Beach Day app.
I will add that on the Safe Beach ad, I thought it would be cool to have like little fish and even a shark every once in a while, since we've had a lot of shark sightings. But the fire chief frowned on that.
And by the way, sailors as well. With this plethora of digital resources, we are in the process of training a chatbot. This chatbot is named Sunny. Sunny speaks multiple languages. Sunny is available 24/7 to help people answer questions. And Sunny is available on any digital device that people can use that connects with the web. Sunny can answer questions such as, how do I open a business in Encinitas? I want to volunteer with the city. How do I volunteer with the city? Sunny can also tell you where to pay your parking citations and more. Sunny is going to be coming to us live and functional this summer. Fire Chief Gordon is here with me tonight to share how marine safety, fire, and IT have been collaborating together to improve public safety and enhance public safety using technology.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to read mine because otherwise that will take a lot longer than Jess just did. So first we'll talk about Genesis, which used to be called Zone Haven. It's a wildfire evacuation platform, and this technology provides real-time wildfire information, evacuation zone mapping, and emergency alerts, keeping the community informed and safe during the wildfire events. This platform not only informs people of evacuations, but assists the fire department in training for wildland fires by modeling fire behavior in certain weather conditions, as well as how fast a wildland fire can move into and through our community. This technology is going live May 31st. Next slide. Next slide is our first arriving platform that we have. This technology gives our first responders immediate access to critical incident details, enhancing their decision-making and improving coordination and communication during emergencies. First arriving allows fire crews to be up to date with the latest information and messaging within the fire department. Staffing levels, weather, memos, up-to-date traffic, and emergency incidents, as well as the fastest response routes, are all provided in real time. Next slide. Our new emergency response mobile device computers are another crucial innovation. They offer enhanced communication capabilities, improved access to critical information on site, and streamline incident reporting and documentation for our first responders. Along with the mobile device computers, we also utilize Incident Command, which is a dispatch platform called Tablet Command. This technology is revolutionizing emergency response by providing faster response times, improved incident location accuracy, and enhanced communication between emergency dispatchers and responders. The Incident Command features provide more efficient emergency response and accountability to help keep the community and the first responders safe. We also have some additional technology that's coming soon. Drones for emergency operations and finding sharks in the ocean for Pam. Fire simulation software for more realistic training, and health and wellness apps that will help our first responders stay on top of their game, just to name a few. So that concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions.
I see no requests to ask you questions. What would the effect of having that safe beach thing, or whatever the beach thing is, if you played the Jaws soundtrack, right? Would that discourage people from coming to the beach? I mean, following up on our city manager's suggestion.
Going to have to respectfully decline that one.
I support your decision to not include those effects. Thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Just, I was on my Encinitas app because I go to it constantly, and I went to the Safe Beach Day. How come it only goes down to Swami's and up to Grandview, I think, or where was it? Yeah, Grandview.
Safe Beach Day, it does capture the beaches that are staffed by the marine safety team for the city.
Okay.
In the future, we can look at different options there, but currently anything that is managed by our Marine Safety Division is what is shown.
Okay. We might need some explanation on here that,
Correct.
Cardiff,
Yeah, so
Cardiff's part of Encinitas, but
we don't cover the Encinitas lifeguards don't cover the state beaches.
Yeah, understand.
On the
Okay.
seaside, so.
But I think we're going to get questions about that.
So how will we disseminate this to the public, in a newsletter or such?
You can see the digital City Hall branding. That actually, Ubaldo Raboni behind me has been working on consistently announcing these new technologies within that IT and Marine Safety and other departments have been developing through the city manager's newsletter with this digital City Hall logo, and then also working with our communications team to share this information through social media.
Yes, and it's on the app, I think. Is that what Bruce was just talking about there? So all good, all good. And I want to compliment you and your team for continuing to innovate. As we were just talking about with the sheriff's captains, technology is our friend in most cases. Not a big fan of social media. I refer to it as anti-social media now, but in the meantime, these particular efforts are very helpful. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. You're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your support and supporting technology.
Okay, well, it's 10:20. Your work tonight is over. You're not used to staying this late, I don't think. There are no council member initiated items, so we move on to city council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
I attended Encina Wastewater Authority committee meeting for the capital program today, and we discussed best practices for procurement and competitive bidding.
Nothing to report.
Just a quick update that I think you all received via email regarding the leak that I reported last week, 2 weeks ago, last week? Can't remember now, but it's been located and a temporary solution is in place and a permanent solution is to come. That's near the San Elijo JPA. Tomorrow I have NCTD meeting, and something we will be considering, which is very exciting, are 2 18-month exclusive negotiating agreements with development on 2 of our transit stations that would provide together 500 100% affordable units. So it could be a real big step forward for the agency and a great asset to the region. And then last report is that on May 30th, San Diego Community Power has requested a special meeting to approve 2 new rates and 2 new, I guess, types of offerings. So I'll let you know when I have more information about that.
Nothing to report.
Okay, I did attend a Sandag meeting, and we got a briefing on Otay Mesa East, one of the kind opportunity to have a border crossing that trucks will especially use, and high technology and quicker access and paying tolls in order to have that expedited service. It's very complicated by negotiations between Sandag, Mexico, and the federal government. So we got a briefing on all that, what the status of that project is. I also want to mention that tomorrow is Bike Anywhere Day. And so if you have an opportunity in the morning to get on your bike and ride, you will be a participant in Bike Anywhere Day. In Encinitas, there are 3 pit stops. One is at Velotown, which is on Highway 101 at the same location with Moto Deli. There's another pit stop at Trek Bikes in downtown here, and there will be a 3rd pit stop at Swami's. That's not a Sandag stop. I believe it's our Senator Catherine Blakespear is going to have a little pop-up for handing out some refreshments. With that, we move to city manager reports. No wrap. It's too late at night to wrap.
As I always tell you, North Coast's hottest events are here in Encinitas. Monday, anybody know what day that is? Monday. Happy World Bee Day. If you need any information on bees on our website, how to pollinate, what's needed, what kind of plants, et cetera, lots of information. You know all about document shredding, and the mayor stole my Bike Anywhere Day, so that's all I have tonight. Cyclovia is on Sunday. Be there. It's the hottest event of the weekend, next to the shredding.
And then there's also a barbecue. That would have been your responsibility to talk about, Mr. Representative of District 4.
I agree. I remembered.
A little late, but go ahead, Josh.
May 18th, there's a Leaving High Fire Safe Council barbecue. There's some vendors coming to show you how to fire harden your home and have defensible space. And we'll have the firefighters out there cooking hamburgers and having a good time talking about Leaving High and wildfire safety. Starts at 11.
11 on
yet
which day?
again.
On May 18th, on Saturday.
Saturday, okay.
And it's a barbecue, so it's another hot event.
City attorney reports.
City attorney report is waived this evening.
City clerk reports. We're adjourned.